Yeah.
Pleasant good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Grand Prairie, Texas, the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium for the beginning match in Minor League Cricket 2025 right here in the stadium. Today's match featuring the pair of the MetroPlex Tracers, the upstart MetroPlex Tracers, and the Dallas Xforia Giants. Xforia Giants winning the toss, Captain Harmeet Singh choosing to have a bowl. So you'll see that develop here sometime in the next 7 or so minutes. Brian Walters happening to be with you for the entirety of this weekend to bring you some exciting minor league cricket from, again, right here in the Dallas area, Grand Prairie to be specific. If you are within a reasonable distance of Grand Prairie, just know that there is no cost to attend these matches. So come on down and enjoy some full, absolute wonderful cricket. MetroPlex Tracers, a young team, a surprising team. Ansh Boje, Joshua Trump at the top of the lineup. Aryan Tamala, Shubham Ranjane, the captain, batting at number 4. Matthew Trump, exciting all-rounder, twin brother of Joshua. Then you have Gurnex Johal, Nush Kenjige, the veteran. Then Akhilesh Bodogam, the tall, right-handed off-spinner. Suvir Gudipati, Akhtar Shah, and Arshil Rajendra making out the rest of that lineup. That will be the Tracers batting first, trying to stop them from bowling or by bowling. Shayan Jahangir, USA national wicket-keeper batter. Also Smith Patel, Arjun Mahesh. Those three are three wicket keepers. Obviously, you can only have one. It'll be interesting to see who takes the gloves today. Akarshik Gomel, Parvesh Ahuja, captain Harmeet Singh, then Rohan Raje, Sankirth Batula, Ehsan Adil with his fourth team in 4 years, the former Pakistan opening fast bowler, and Raza Hassan and Abhinav Chowdhury round out the 11. So those are who will be essentially locking horns today. It's going to be a really interesting match. I think upstart is the word I used to describe the MetroPlex Tracers earlier. As we see upstart, because look at the very top of that table. It is the MetroPlex Tracers, a bunch of youngsters and one or two old guys who are making up the top of the table. 2 wins, no losses, so they are in the first division or the first place in the Central Division. Lone Star Athletics at 2, Kings 11 Dallas, formerly the Dallas Mustangs, at 3, Chicago Kingsmen at 4. Towards the bottom of that table, 6 is where you find the Dallas Xforia Giants. They've only played 1 game. There was some weather around last weekend, so not everybody got the chance to play. Michigan Cricket Stars will be looking to get off the schneid. You'll see them later on this year. But again, it is going to be the MetroPlex Tracers, very young core of players, all U19 and U21s essentially, mostly from the Houston area. Again, this MetroPlex Tracers team essentially is the core of that team, used to be the Houston Hurricanes from seasons past. So it will be interesting to see whether or not they can stay in the position that they now are. They will have to contend with the bowling of, for example, Ehsan Adil. As I mentioned, he's the former Pakistani quick. He's the leading bowler in the side. 2 wickets, 37 runs conceded, just 4 overs bowled. 2 for 37 are his best figures. Obviously, you're very early in the season, but an average of 18.5 is an excellent one. Economy rate, probably for him, a little high, 9.25. But still, you cannot overlook his experience and his skill with the ball. Second ranked bowler, Raza Hassan. 4 overs, 1 for 24. Much better in terms of his economy rate, 6. You expect that he, in particular, will be able to withstand the aggressive start, which is what you'll see the MetroPlex Tracers try to do. And I think you'll see here, just in the bottom center of your screen there, that was Arjun Mahesh. He did not appear in any way to be wearing gloves, so I would assume that he is not going to be the one with the gloves on. Arjun Mahesh, the captain of the US U19 team, and you might have seen a couple of weeks ago that they won a spot in the World Cup, U19 World Cup, so that will be coming up later on, I think early next year. So congratulations to him, Arjun Mahesh. A different assignment here, looking to, from his perspective, probably set the table at the top of the lineup. And then, of course, even when he has the gloves on, he's excellent. Even without the gloves on, he's an excellent fielder. Bottom right of your screen, the 2 umpires are walking out. The man to the right is the experienced Samir Bandekar, longtime umpire here in the Dallas area and beyond, obviously very experienced. And then the man to the left, Vishnu Pillai, hasn't quite been around as long as Samir Bandekar, but both excellent umpires. Of course, you'd expect that that would be the case here in the minor league season. So, you know, just a few more minutes and we'll have the fielders walking out and then likely the batters. I want to see what kind of start they will have in the batting. I said earlier that you saw a good start with Ansh Boje and Joshua Trump. Ansh Boje is the leading batter in the side. In 2 matches, he has 100 runs, has a 50. Strike rate is what stands out for me there, 145. But then also, Joshua Trump, who is actually the 3rd leading batter in the side, in 2 innings has scored 60 runs. high score of 60, so you can know what he did in the other innings. But in that high score of 60, his strike rate was 142. So two very young, very aggressive batters at the top of the lineup. The number 2 batter is the captain, Shubham Ranjane. You'll probably see him bat somewhere around 4. In his 2 matches so far, he has played and scored 75 runs at a strike rate of 208. So that tells you the aggression with which he comes to the wicket. 7 sixes and 3 fours in 2 innings. And of course, when he batted the last time, he came in after Anch Boje and Joshua Trump put on a really big partnership to start the innings. So it's not expected or not unexpected that he'd be coming in very aggressively. And I think that's what they'll be trying to do here as well. Just get the pair here who are opening. You'll see them walking out shortly. Off to a good start. You'll want to get them through the power play. Probably get through the power play with about 30 or 40, about 40, 50 runs on the board. And then you might see them try to accelerate from there. It is going to be really interesting. And now just in your frame sometime very soon, you'll see the opening pair of Joshua Trump and Anch Boje coming out to bat. Again, 2 exciting batters. There they are. Matthew Trump, a right-hander, and my apologies, Joshua Trump, a right-hander, number 11, and Anch Boje, left-handed batter. Both very aggressive, solid young cricketers. Allow me to say that the outlook or the future for cricket in this country is excellent, given number 1, this whole MetroPlex Tracers team, and then number 2 in particular, the 2 batters who are opening the batting. But they'll be doing it against a really tough, experienced bowler. It is Ehsan Adil with the new ball in hand. Ehsan Adil, who, as I said a couple of times already, is a former Pakistani international, opened the bowling in past seasons and does so again today. The difference being he is playing for a new team. The team that he's playing for today, of course, the Xforia Giants. In the past, he's played for a number of different teams. Also seen him in Major League Cricket, so tremendous experience. And if you ask him, his claim to fame would probably be having dismissed the former South African great Graham Smith in a test match in a past life. In the meantime, it's going to be Ehsan Adil again, taking the new ball and bowling to Joshua Trump. Absolutely electric environment. You know that these fielders see that this is a stepping stone to the next level. The man with the ball in hand, as well as the batter who's facing, are both playing at the major league level. But for all of the other players on the field, it is time to make yourself seen. First ball underway. Driven into the offside. So we didn't talk about the conditions. We're playing today on pitch number 3, which is the 3rd westernmost pitch. It's a huge square here in Grand Prairie, and you're playing on the 3rd westernmost pitch. So to the left of your screen, as of right, wait till he turns around. It makes it easier to describe. But as of right now, Joshua Trump is facing the southern end of the ground, or he's at the southern end of the ground facing north. So to the left of your screen now, that is the western end. The western end is shorter. It's about 63 yards. Whipped away behind square. Cannot bowl there. Not any bowler is going to bowl that delivery. And Ehsan Adil will know that the off-stump line is the one that he needs to aim at. You bowl at Joshua Trump's stumps or his pads at your peril. So the first run underway, clipping that one elegantly behind square for 4. Really good looking shot there from Joshua Trump. And so you'll see that he is essentially a very compact player, and he doesn't make very many mistakes. But you'll find also that if you get the line or the length wrong, he's more than capable of punishing you. So Ehsan Adil will want that ball more on the off-stump line. Maybe just a little too straight again. They may look for 2 here. They do come back for 2. Look at that strong throw. And so the urgency between the wickets is what you want to see. It is not surprising that these 2 young men, both of whom are under 20 years old. In fact, Ange Boje is a U19 player. Make that Joshua Trump is 19. But you'll see them sprinting between the wickets. And it's always going to be a good sign for a team that has a good batting pair. You can hit big if you need to, but sprinting between the wickets also makes a very big difference. More the type of delivery that you're looking for there from Adil, just playing it into the leg side. So they're off to a relatively fast start. 7 runs from the first 4 balls in the over, and I think you'll see that, as I said a second ago, they will find different ways to score. It is one thing to hit 4s and 6s, and if the opportunity presents itself, obviously you have to take advantage of the bad balls. But for me, the mark of a really good batting unit is the unit that can punch the ball into the gaps and pick up singles where they need to. So maybe, as I said earlier, you saw that Adil's economy rate was a little high. It was 9 coming into this game. Already 7 runs conceded here in the first 4 balls of over number 1. In looking at the pitch ahead of time, before the game started, to me, it is hard. I don't expect a lot of sideways movement. It looks like a 170 pitch if the batters apply themselves. Outfield is like a carpet. You'll get plenty of value for your shots. And it's now going to be the left-hander, Ange Boje, on strike. Great delivery, goes past the outside edge, thudding into the gloves of the man who answers the question, who is going to take the gloves? That is Smith Patel. I've seen Smith Patel play for a number of years now, former India U19 player, and now playing at the highest level for the US. Look at that delivery, just slanting, pitching and moving, sideways movement. I just said that I don't anticipate a lot of sideways movement, but Adil in particular, when he gets it right, is able to move that ball in both directions off the surface. Last ball over number 1. This time he lets it go, and it's a little bit too far outside for the liking of umpire Samir Bandekar. Obviously, Adil disagrees. That's the first extra of the day. And as I said, Adil, in fact, let's look at this replay first. Ooh, that was very close. Dancing. There's no question that when it was collected by Smith Patel, it was well wide of that blue line. Question to be asked is, was it past the blue line when it passed the batter? Umpire Samir Bandekar believing that it was just past the line. It was as close to being one that went either way as you'll ever see. Last ball over number 1. Goes for the drive. This time he induces the big drive. Comes up empty. Ange Boje closes the over well, though, here. Adil. Over number 1 in the books. Off and running. 8 without loss. Rohan Raje taking the new ball from the southern end of the ground. This is the river end, as it's referred to here in Grand Prairie. 8 runs on the board. I think Adil was a little expensive with the first several deliveries off that over, but he closed well. And now Rohan Raje looking to operate to Joshua Trump. Ooh, no question, he played at that one. A little bit of sideways movement away from Joshua Trump. Now, Josh Trump is very strong through the offside. In particular, if it's full outside off, one of his favorite scoring areas is that drive over extra cover. But look at this delivery. Look at that swing. It absolutely slanted in toward the batter and in swing, taking it away from the right-handed Joshua Trump. So that is going to be something to look for. Watch first slip, top left of your screen. That's Akarshit Gomel. And it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they tend to fortify that area behind square on the offside. In other words, maybe you look to bring a second slip in position. Maybe you bring a gully. There's a fielder at deep third, but with the ball moving that late on this pitch, it would not be a bad move, particularly facing a very young team, to make the field or the side a little bit more aggressive. So interesting to see whether or not they choose to do that. Good first couple of deliveries here from Rohan Raje. It's a single down to that fielder at deep third we talked about. So obviously you're still inside the power play. Power play being the first 3 deliveries. Make that the first 6 overs. My apologies. First 6 overs of the innings. The first 36 legal deliveries. Within the power play, only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. The 2 outside for Matthew Trump were at deep third and square leg. Now for the left-handed Ansh Boje, there is a deep third and looks like a deep fine leg. Interesting, or more like a backward square leg. So we'll see whether or not they keep that field. With that field, you're anticipating, and in fact, as soon as I say that, they've brought deep third in and the deep point is in position. So essentially, the 2 fielders outside are both square of the wicket. Deep square leg, that's Arjun Mahesh, and then deep point. And watch to see whether or not you look to incentivize the youngster to hit in that direction. I would not be surprised if he attempted to test him with a short ball sometime soon. Ooh, bang on target. Played right back down the pitch. So that's what you want to see. You want the batters to be playing early in the innings. Ansh Boje, nothing off the bat yet for him. And look at this delivery. Boy, that is so accurate. Bang on target. Probably pitching on leg stump. Ansh Boje might consider himself lucky that he played that. And so he's faced a few deliveries here. Ansh Boje, 3, nothing off the bat just yet. He will be looking. You always want to see something other than a 0 beside your name. Can't do it here though. A couple of dots and 1 ball remaining here in over number 2. So they're off to a relatively sedate start. The first few deliveries of this innings went for 7 runs, but they've slowed down a bit since then. 1 ball remaining here in over number 2, just 9 runs on the board. Opening wicket partnership is a good one, at least it has been in previous matches. These 2 youngsters tend to bat very well together. Let's see whether or not they can put something on the board here worth talking about. And now he does get off the mark. Ansh Boje sprinting that first one hard like the coaches tell you. He will retain strike, as that is the end of over number 2. 2 overs in the books, 10 without loss. Two overs up, 10 without loss. Batters are Ansh Boje, who's going to be on strike, facing up to Ehsan Adil. Joshua Trump, 8 from 7. Not surprising that he has a strike rate that is above 100. Ansh Boje might start feeling like he's falling a little bit behind here. Ooh, that shot is one to me that says I'm falling behind and I need to get caught up. So a huge flash and a miss. Ehsan Adil, we get the chance to see that again. Moves the ball away from the left-hander. It pitches and then it leaves him. And take a look at this delivery. On off stump and then dancing away. That is the typical Ehsan Adil delivery to a left-hander. It is very, very difficult. And I'm shocked that there is not more, like maybe a gully or a backward point in that position, because typically that's where that ball would fly if it's off the edge. Let's It's a slightly shorter delivery. That time keeping him on the back foot. I don't know if I'm Adil that I would not pitch up a little bit further with that ball leaving the left-handed batter, because that's where you bring the slips into play. Anch Boje, look at those numbers. 174 runs over 9 matches. And again, a youngster, a U19 player, by the way, in the minor league system. Each squad is required to have at least one U19 player, and you're required to play in the playing 11 at least 2 U21 players. So it's very much a developmental team or developmental league in that sense. Obviously, they're very established players, major league players, and long first-class players who are playing in the league, but it's also one that has that development arm. Oh, huge swipe again. And again, that's what I was referring to earlier. The length that he bowls is going to be an important one, and that's where I think he will find more success here, Adil, because he wants to go over the top, wants to get off the one run that he has against his name, Anch Boje. And look at this fuller length. You'll see this ball just short of driving length, but certainly asking him to hit down the ground, but that ball pitches and leaves the left-hander. And that is what Adil does so well. And Anch Boje might be starting to feel a little bit of pressure here. Oh. You see Captain Harmeet Singh doing a little bit of gardening. I think you will see that it's Adil who might just be slipping a little bit, which is why Harmeet Singh coming in to just sort of fortify that area where his plant foot comes. Goes back to the shorter length, Adil. Whether it's full or short, Anch Boje not able to get the ball off the square. Has made contact with 2 deliveries and missed 2. And what that adds up to is him now being 1 for 9. 1 for 9 builds pressure. And you'll find that he's going to want to do something to sort of release that pressure. So we'll see what happens on this last couple of deliveries. But you just get the sense that Anch Boje is starting to feel just a little bit of pressure here. Skied down the ground. It's going to clear Sankirth Batula at mid-on. And matter of fact, it goes all the way for 6. That is actually a brilliant shot. And that releases the pressure. Anch Boje, you could feel it building, and he finally got one that he could get a hold of. Looking at this replay again, very short. As I said, I prefer for that ball to be fuller, and you see Anch Boje cashing in, maybe landing a yard or so over the ropes at long off. So that gets, again, a little bit of the pressure off of his shoulders here, Anch Boje. He now moves up to 7. Last ball coming up here in over number 3. And this feels to me just like a switch in momentum. No question that the pressure was building. He had been sort of tied down for the last several deliveries, but that would have made things a lot better. Last ball over number 3. Going down the leg side. In fact, he looked to swing that one away down the leg side. Misses out. So ends up just being 6 runs from the over. Good one here from Adil, save for the 6. End of 3, 16 without loss. Looking at this one again, look at this delivery. Looks to play the pull shot, wanting to go down the leg side. That is very close to the body. And again, just that slight away movement off the seam. Adil finding the pitch to his liking, and I think he finds more success when he pitches the ball up. End of 3, 16 without loss. Without loss. Just another look at that shot from Anch Boje to get the 6. That is cut toward backward point as we're now at the beginning of over number 4. Adil, so 2 overs in the books for him. And his 2 overs have cost 14 runs. Brought that overall economy rate on the season down just a touch. Economy rate of 7 in this match means that his economy rate of 9 coming in will go down. He certainly wants it to be lower than the 9 that it's been. Rohan Raja continuing here. Oh, goes for the big one. Joshua Trump. Once again, the ball is swinging. So different philosophies here for each of these opening bowlers. Esandadil does it off the pitch. Rohan Raja does it with swing. So the ball curls in the air away from the left to make that the right-hander. He has not yet bowled to Ansh Boje, but if he bowls to Ansh Boje, Rohan Raja gets that ball to swing into the left-hander. But it absolutely is a threat when that ball, the new ball, is moving as much as it is here. Played off the back foot. That's well fielded. Look at Arjun Mahesh. Direct hit from about 35 yards away. Middle stump from a 45-degree angle. You do not get any better than that. Look at this replay again. Played off the back foot. And look at this. Pick up and a fire just from a 35-yard distance at 45 degrees. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Arjun Mahesh, one of 3 wicketkeeper batters in the side. Not going with the gloves today, but you can see he is as good in the field as he is with the gloves on. So 3 deliveries in, 3 dots. Rohan Raja being what he needs to be for a side here. Short delivery, and it's cut toward the backward point area. Still no run. I'll tell you what, you've seen a lot of movement when each of these bowlers pitches the ball up, and I don't know that I would not want to see them pitching the ball up at least until it stops moving. Ask the batters to play on the front foot. You have a slip fielder in position, you'd want to be pitching that ball up a little bit more instead of bowling it short, because you've seen the couple of times that he's bowled it full, it's curled away from an attempted drive from Joshua Trump. So if I'm the bowler, I'm looking to pitch that ball up more as opposed to bowling it short. Let's see what he does here. Slower delivery. Played into the offside. That's not going to be any run collected in that area at cover. So just 1 ball remaining. So it's a bit of an interesting start to the match. You've had a couple of boundaries, in fact 1-4 and 1-6. But the overall scoring rate is down 4.17. A lot of dot balls are being bowled as of right now. 17 dot balls, if you can believe it. So going into the last ball in over number 4 here, almost a third of, make that a fourth of all the deliveries or balls where runs were scored off. In other words, 3 out of every 4 balls in the match so far, there have not been any runs scored off of them, which is of course what a dot ball is. So see what happens here on this last ball. But on balance, the bowling attack has been a very good one so far, and the MetroPlex Tracers have some work to do. Last ball. Great delivery. Goes past Joshua Trump again. That's what happens when you pitch the ball up. Look at this delivery again. From close to the stumps, and look at that ball curl away. Absolutely beautiful delivery. That's what you want to see from your opening fast bowler. Unplayable at this stage. That is a maiden that you just saw. End of over number 4, 16 without loss. Take another look at this delivery. Look at the seam position. Beautiful seam position, angled away slightly. That's what creates the outside or the outswing. And Joshua Trump trapped on the crease. For me, I would bowl that ball every time until either the sheen wears off the ball and it stops moving as much, or until Joshua Trump starts making contact with it. For me, that is what you want from your fast bowlers. So, first change in bowling going into over number 5 is going to be Sanketh Batula. Long-time Dallas Xforia Giants fast bowler. Bowling now to Ansh Boje. Oh, whipped away. That is such a lovely shot by Ange Boje. Got 2 straight, going down the leg side, and he helps himself to 4 runs. That is lovely. So, again, these 2 batters seem to just be struggling a little bit, but that line is entirely 2 straight at the body from over the wicket. So that's not going to be threatening the stumps in any way. LBW is not in the equation from that angle. And so essentially it becomes a free hit for Ange Boje, cashing in from the very first ball. And Sanket Batula now looking to get that ball more on the line of off stump. Very short run up as compared to the one with from Esanadil. Huge swipe and a miss. So Ange Boje looking to get things underway here. 11 from 13. Remember, he was 1 from 9. So he's had a flurry of runs in the last couple of overs. But the overall scoring rate for the innings is 4.62. 4.62 as of right now projects to a score of 92. Earlier I said that this looks like a 170 pitch. You're a long way away from that. And that's in the air. It's not where he intended to play it, but he'll get 4 runs. Ange Boje looking for the big drive through the offside. Top edge takes it over the slips cordon. Deep third is entirely too square, and he gets 4 more runs. Well, they say cricket is a game that rewards aggression. If he goes at that delivery tentatively, he probably edges it to either the keeper, Smith Patel, or Akarshik Gomel at first slip. Goes hard, it flies over the top of the keeper and slip, and goes away for 4. So a few runs now starting to come into the picture. Economy rate, make that the run rate sneaking upwards, 5.3. For the first time, the projected score is above 100. And that's what you want to see. Again, this pair at the top of the lineup is very, very aggressive. They have been tied down by what I think is really good bowling, but just looking to see if they can break the shackles here. They're finding success so far in this over. 3 balls to come. There he goes again in the air, landing short of backward square leg. Didn't think he timed it as well as he thought he would have, Ange Boje. I think he's looking to play that more to mid-wicket. But there's no question. You see a little bit more activity now. The runs are starting to flow a little bit better. The change in bowling essentially has worked well for the MetroPlex tracers, as Sanket Batula hasn't quite found the right line and length just yet. And this is going to be an interesting matchup. Ange Boje is now at the non-strikers end. Joshua Trump is on strike. Sanket Batula facing up to him. Watch Arjun Mahesh at deep backward square leg. He may be in play. What a great delivery here. And now the reason I highlight Arjun Mahesh at backward square leg is because he is on the side of the field that is much shorter today. The western side of the ground is 62 yards, 63 yards. And Arjun Mahesh is a brilliant fielder, but is not the height of the fielders that you typically see on the boundary. I would estimate his height somewhere around 5'6". So if the ball flies in that direction, it'll be interesting to see whether or not he can prevent it from sailing over the ropes. Oh, he was looking to play in that exact direction. That delivery having a little bit more oomph on it from Arjun, make that from Sanket Batula. So a single closes things out. Over number 5 is done. Look at this delivery again. Bent the back here, and Joshua Trump usually does not miss out on that. It's surprising. That wry smile from Sanket Batula tells you all you need to know. End of 5, 26 without loss. .26 without loss after 5. Your quick summary. Ange Boje 16 from 15. Joshua Trump, having faced the same number of deliveries, only has 8 against his name. Third over now by Rohan Raje. And if I am Rohan Raje, I bowl that same ball every ball for the rest of my spell. When he tried to bowl the slower bouncers and all the other things he was trying a couple of deliveries ago, He was not getting any purchase, but look at that ball that you just saw there, curling away from the right-handed Joshua Trump. That is a perfect delivery. And again, I would make him play that ball one way or the other. You have to be able to stick with what works for you. And so far, to me, he is most threatening, pitching that ball up and having it swing away from Joshua Trump. Goes short this time, and an easy single for Joshua Trump. So interesting. Now you'll see him bowling to the left-handed Ansh Boje. So Ansh Boje will be, I think, assuming that Rohan Raje bowls a fuller length, the ball will be swinging into the left-hander. So I don't think you'll see a slip fielder here, and I would not be surprised if the field is fortified on the leg side. And in fact, yes, you now have a 5-4 field. There's a mid-on, that is Harmeet Singh, the captain. There's a mid-wicket. There's a deep backward square leg, Arjun Mahesh, and short fine leg. So those are all the fielders on the leg side. Most fast bowlers you'll see with a 6-3 field. This is a 5-4 field. So you're expecting the ball to go on the leg side. Look for the in-swinger. Down the leg side, what a brilliant take that time from Smith Patel, but it's going to be wide. So you'd certainly get the ball going on the leg side, but he started it too straight. Look where this ball is. Look at this replay. It's swinging. My goodness, if you start that ball outside off stump, that is exactly what you want to do. So it goes for wide, but watch him if he bowls the same delivery starting it outside off stump. Maybe a 4th stump, maybe even a 5th stump line, because that ball is swinging a lot, tremendously. Make that 4 balls remaining now in the power play. Let's see how it goes here. Skied, it is going to clear the fielder running back from mid-off rather, and just get to the ropes now. So Ansh Boje continues a very aggressive start. Up now to 20 from 16 balls faced. Let's see what we can see here on this replay. And that one does not swing at all. It goes on, started on that 5th stump line I was asking for, but instead of swinging, it goes on straight as an arrow. Ansh Boje only too happy to cash in. So maybe with the ball now apparently not swinging as much anymore, maybe you pull the length back here, it'll be a little bit more defensive. So pay attention to these next couple of deliveries, because that last ball did not swing. He got several more before that to swing. Let's see what he's able to do here. Goes to that shorter length. Ball run down to that deep backward point area. So you'll see the last 2 balls coming up here in the power play. 7 runs already on the board in this over. And earlier I said if you get 30 or 40 runs inside the power play without any wickets lost, that would be a good start. So even though they've been a lot slower than they would have liked, Josh Trump and Ansh Boje, on balance, you're still where you want to be. Not having lost any wickets, the ball is apparently not quite moving as much as it did earlier. And with 2 balls remaining here in over number 6, the 3rd one being bowled by Rohan Raje, feels like things are moving more in the direction of the batting side. Skied away over the top. That's going to go for 6. Oh my goodness. Gave him width. I said Joshua Trump is strong on the offside. You certainly don't want to bowl short and wide to him. And in fact, that's also the shorter side of the ground today. 63 yards out there. Look where this ball ends up. Absolutely nailing that. It goes maybe 5 yards, make that 5 rows into the seep over at backward point. 6 runs off the bat of Joshua Trump. That is his first 6, the second 6 struck in the innings. And the last ball coming up now, you feel like the momentum has well and truly shifted. Joshua Trump tied down by good bowling so far from Rohan Raje, but this feels like the momentum has switched. Here's the last ball. Better length and certainly better line. Oh, that is criminal. That is a fumble. Easy ball in the outfield. Should have been stopped by Raja Hassan, but he fumbles it. They run through for a single. So easily the biggest over of the inning so far. 14 runs coming from it. Irritability shown that time on the face of Rohan Raje. And that is the end of over number 6. The power play is done and dusted. There are the 40 runs I mentioned earlier. 40 without loss after 6. So that was an eventful over. 14 runs coming from it, the biggest over in the innings so far. And Ange Boje and Joshua Trump facing up to some really good bowling initially. Rohan Raja in particular swinging that ball beautifully away from the right-handed Joshua Trump. But a change in fortunes. The momentum to me has gone the other way. Interestingly, Sanketh Batula has only bowled 1 over. He's already been taken off by Harmeet Singh. And this is going to be Raza Hassan bowling from the theatre end, the northern end of the ground. You are now out of the power play. So you can be more defensive in your field settings. Go through the field after this first delivery. Left arm orthodox. Punched it down the ground to long on. So the fielder's in the deep. Long on and long off, not surprising for a spinner, but also deep mid wicket and a deep square leg for the left-handed, make that the right-handed Joshua Trump. Different plan of attack here to the left-handed Ange Boje. You'll see what this field looks like in a minute when all the fielders stop moving. Okay, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and deep cover. It's interesting because with the left arm orthodox bowler bowling to the left-handed batter, that incentivizes Ange Boje to hit on the leg side. But again, the leg side toward the eastern side of the ground, the left side of your screen right now, the boundary there today is 82 yards. So I don't know that you don't want him hitting in that direction. That is a lovely shot. And look at that piece of fielding on the ropes by, again, the fleet-footed fielder in the deep. You'll never see a better fielder than Arjun Mahesh. And he shows it here. Diving stop, to me, saves 2 runs going to his left because that should have gone to the ropes. Look at this. Well struck, going to the left of Arjun Mahesh, and that effort is all you need to see. So you'll definitely find yourself being cheered on by your teammates if you can do that, because essentially you've saved 2 runs. And it's not just the 2 runs that you save, but it's the effort that's shown in the field. Look at this again. In fact, just a quick look at that replay. Coming forward, and it's off of the pad. Don't think there was any bat involved in that. But anyway, so you'll see the effort by the batting side that has accelerated. But as a bowling unit, you want to see the support in the field. And take a look at this again. Tossed up. Here's the replay for that fielding in the deep. Look at that effort. Diving stop. Cuts that ball off and saves 2 runs for his side. Joshua Trump mentioned how he loves playing over extra cover, and he gets 4 runs here. Brilliant. He's very lethal in that area. You do not want to bowl to him there. Left-hander is turning the ball away from him. A little bit of turn, plays with the turn, and finds 4 runs over extra cover. So runs certainly coming along now. You've seen a few runs, a flurry of runs here in the last few minutes. Goes for the sweep, and it is put down. Oh, that is catchable. You will want to have taken that. That was Abhinav Chowdhury, the young man who watched it all the way it was dying, and it got to him, to me, got to him at a catchable height. So Joshua Trump playing the sweep. Look where this ball goes. Excellent camera work. To me, that gets to him about knee height. He will want to have taken that. And so that is a single that ends over number 7, but very easily could have and probably should have been the first wicket of the day. 8 runs come from the over. The score is 4. Make that 9 runs come from the over. The score is 49 without loss. Looking at these couple of boundaries you see from Ashboja, this one the most authoritative from the pace bowlers, and that one full of disdain from Joshua Trump. Look where the ball ends up in the seats. Here going over extra cover for his favorite shot, that deep extra cover drive. So a few runs, 49 runs on the board. You into over number 8. And there's going to be a change in bowling. Abhinav Chowdhury, who is the man, I think, who will tell you that he should have taken the catch in that last innings, or in that last over. He's now coming on to face the man whose catch he just dropped, Joshua Trump. Slower delivery, played to the offside. A lot of work for Arjun Mahesh, and he does get there this time very easily. Interestingly, if you've seen Arjun Mahesh in the past, he has played and has played all along with glasses. For the old guys like me who remember all the way back to Clive Lloyd playing with glasses in the 70s, not often that you see modern players playing with glasses on, but Arjun Mahesh has played with glasses ever since I've known him as a U13 player, but for the first time this time playing with contacts. Hammered away for 4. Oh, did he drill that? Oh, that had disdain all over it. To the left of Harmeet Singh at mid-off, and that is 4 runs to Joshua Trump, who is now starting to warm up. Look at this ball in the slot, and in fact Joshua Trump just shimmied down the track just a touch to get that closer to the ball, or that much closer to the ball. That to me says that a gear has been switched. So 6 runs from the first 2 balls, looking to take advantage of the new bowler here, Abhinav Chowdhury, before he gets settled. And I think he'll want this ball to be a little bit straighter and not quite so full. Goes for the slower ball. Pull into the leg side. Do you want 2? Not possible. But my goodness, a flurry of runs in the last several overs. And in the last 5 overs before this over, the last 5 overs yielded 39 runs. So the overall scoring rate is 7.47, but it's been just slightly above that for the last 5. That tells you that they're building momentum. By the way, we didn't acknowledge it when it came up. The 50 partnership is up, 56 runs on the board, 3 delivers remaining here in over number 8. And I will tell you that this pair, after having survived a testing spell from the opening bowlers, are now looking a lot more comfortable against the change bowlers, and in particular Joshua Trump, who for a long time had a strike rate of around 50, is now 29 from 25. Ooh, looking for the big drive there. I didn't think that went anywhere near where Ashboja was looking to play it. Lives to fight another day though. My sense is that he thought it should have gone through the offside, but it popped up awkwardly, but falling well short of any fielder. So you'll see how the fast start by the bowlers has certainly been negated by the comeback by the batters. And that sounds maybe counterintuitive. You don't think of comeback being by the batting side, but they were tied down for a long time, but they have now switched gears and looking a lot more aggressive. Looks for the big drive. Seen Ashboja play that shot a number of times, come up empty. But it's the aggression that you like. You like seeing him go hard at these. And there you see a little bit of a away movement from Abhinav Chowdhury. So I don't know if he's intentionally cutting the ball or if he's getting that movement off the seam. But it's slanted in from around the wicket and then pitching and straightening. It's a great delivery. Last ball coming up here in over number 8. Skied. How far has this gone? More than far enough. Ashboja putting the front foot down and getting 6 over long off to close out over number 8. Brilliant strike. 13 runs come from the over, 62 for none. Look at this delivery again. Stays in the crease. That one did not move away. That came on straight as an arrow, and at that length, any batter will absolutely take advantage of that. And Bolger now moving upward. He's on 30 from 23. Josh Trump 29 from 25. Your score is 62 without loss. $62 without loss. Look at that run rate, 7.75 as Rahaza Hassan continues. Left arm orthodox. Bowling to Joshua Trump, who now joins his partner, Ansh Boje, on 30. Both opening batters with 30 runs against their name. And even though they struggled a lot in the first couple of overs, probably the first 4 or 5 overs, the guys who you see there in the dugout on the Metroplex Tracers will be very happy with where the openers are at this stage. Ansh Boje will like the ball turning into him. Quick single, that's a good single. So you want to see quick scoring. You want, in fact, you expect to see the big hits, but the ability to just tap the ball into the leg side and pick up singles is one that cannot be overstated. So just a couple of singles to start over number 9. Pushes this one through at pace. That's the 3rd single to start the over. Now, I said it earlier and it bears repeating. Ansh Boje is naturally very aggressive. He's facing a left-handed orthodox bowler who is turning the ball into him, but he's hitting toward the big side of the ground, the boundary on the eastern side of the ground. In other words, to the left of your screen is all of 82 yards. And I don't know that you won't see the bowler Raza Hassan toss one up to ask Ansh Boje to hit one in that direction. In fact, I'd almost recommend it, at least to see whether or not he can clear that big boundary. And there is a fielder out there, so I don't know that you don't want to incentivize him to hit in that direction. Joshua Trump, favorite scoring area again, deep extra cover. Oh, this time it's cut off though. Coming back for the second run. Off the bat, I believe that Joshua Trump thought that he had 4 runs. But I think he sliced it a little bit more than he thought he would. Wasn't exactly cleanly hit. And there was more of a slice, if you're a golfer. That looked more like a slice, and it essentially moved in the air toward the sweeper. A couple more runs, though. Last ball goes for the sweep, and this one clears the rope. Easy. That is to the short side of the ground, so you cannot afford to be straight to him. He gets 6 runs of a backward square leg, and yet another expensive over. Look at this again. 2 straight going into his pads, and easy 6 in that direction. That's the shorter side of the ground again, 62 yards. And if anything, that is one thing that you don't want to do. You don't want to incentivize Josh Trump to hit in that direction. He now moves up to 39 from 29. The score, 74 without loss after 9. Well, Harmeet Singh has seen enough. And what he's seen, look at that 6 down the ground. Look at this other shot, can't bowl there. Over the top. And boy, very aggressive innings being played here by Ansh Boje. That for me is the best of all of them. Absolutely brilliant stuff. He now, Ansh Boja, moves up to 32 from 25. And it's Harmeet Singh bowling to Ansh Boja. Now, there is an element of risk here because Harmeet Singh is a left-handed spinner, orthodox spinner, but he's turning the ball into Ansh Boja. But this time, Ansh Boja is hitting to the short side of the ground. So if you allow any leverage where he can get under the ball from this end, it is absolutely going to be in the seats. So Harmeet Singh has to be careful there. Looking at that replay, that might have been a very thick edge that might have been put down. But anyway, we'll see what happens here. Oh, tries to go through the offside, can't make contact. So see what Harmeet Singh has done. He's bowling around the wicket. From over the wicket, essentially slanting the ball into the left-hander, which helps him to elevate the ball on the leg side. But from around the wicket, you cut down that angle, which I think is the right thing for Harmeet Singh to do here. Swipe and a miss, but it's going to be the third wide of the innings. Wide signal by umpire Vishnu Pillai. Talked about him earlier. Umpire at square leg Samir Bandekar. Two of the better umpires in the country. That's not surprising. Opening partnership, by the way, now worth 75. And Harmeet Singh continuing with, I believe, a really good over to Ansh Boja. It takes a certain amount of discipline as a left-handed orthodox bowler to bowl to a left-handed batter whose leg side is the short side of the ground. All of that adds up to 3 or 4 sixes in the over. But Harmeet Singh more than capable of cutting down the angle from around the wicket and then bowling deliveries that the batter cannot get under. So let's see how long he can do that. Now bowling to Joshua Trump. Watch the area over extra cover. That's where the left-hander turning the ball away from him can get hit if he's not straight enough. Oh, what happened here? Gone! Outside edge, snapped up. The first wicket falls. Joshua Trump, tentative poke, comes off the outside edge. Smith Patel only too happy to accept that present. The second time that Joshua Trump misses the ball outside, but this time it comes off the edge. And unfortunately for him, his day with the bat is done. Look at this again. Tossed up, curling in, and just a hint of away movement. Not collected cleanly initially by Smith Patel. It was a thick enough edge that the ball deviated a lot. But he does well to eventually corral it. But you cannot say enough about the fast start from this pair. Joshua Trump and Ansh Boja with a brilliant opening partnership worth 76. First wicket falls at 76 for 1. 2 balls remaining here in over number 10. Oh, this is interesting. The man coming to the wicket. It is a captain, Shubham Ranjane. And with Shubham Ranjane coming to the wicket, the table is set. The ball is not moving as much, meaning the Pacers, in fact, the Pacers are off. I don't anticipate a whole lot of turn. And Shubham Ranjane is a brilliant ball striker. I said earlier that he is the second leading batter in the side, coming in with 75 runs against his name, but it's less about the number of runs against his name and more about his strike rate. His strike rate is 208. And what that means is that essentially he scores on average 2 runs off of every ball that he faces. So if he stays there for 30 balls, he can put 70 or 80 runs on the board by himself. He's an absolutely brilliant striker. So Harmeet Singh might consider himself having gone out of the frying pan and into the fire, because as brilliant a batter as Joshua Trump is, I think you might make an argument that the captain is more dangerous. Played away into the deep, immediately off the mark. And I think you've seen that when you get the ball in the right areas, you certainly can do damage. But as a bowler, you cannot make the mistake. And here is where Harmeet Singh does not want to make a mistake. Once again, bowling to Ansh Boja from around the wicket, cutting down the angle. And the length so far that he has bowled has been full enough that he's not been able, Ansh Boja, to get underneath it. But let's see what he can do here with the last ball over number 10. Harmeet Singh doing exactly what you want. That is a dot ball. That is the end of over number 10, halfway through the innings. The score is 77 for 1. Few of the shots that Joshua Trump played when he was in there, for me, that one through extra cover was probably the best shot he played. Even though he had a couple of sixes, that shot through extra cover for 4 is, to me, one of the best shot that he's played. And that, I believe, is Matthew Trump, who's waiting to come in. Matthew Trump probably coming in 2 down. If you pan over to the right, you would have seen his brother Joshua. And I'm sure that Candice will text me in a minute if I got the twins wrong. Candice, I appreciate in advance the assistance you can give me there. Sanket Batula back into the attack. Oh, that didn't go anywhere near where Shubham Ranjane was looking to play it, as you start over number 11 with a single. So Sanket Batula bowling 1 over, relatively expensive. And take a look at this. Look where this ball goes, inside edge. It's an inside edge. He was looking to play that through mid-off. And again, not going anywhere near where he intended it. So 1 over bowled by Sanket Batula, conceded 10 runs with a couple of 4s. So immediately taken out of the attack by Captain Harmeet Singh. Now bringing him back in. And Sanket Batula is one of the premier bowlers in the side. So you don't want to keep him out of the attack for too long. But Ansh Boje has been dangerous. 33 from 29. Let's see what he does here. That is good cricket. Just playing it into the leg side. And this is excellent running. Strong throw to the non-striker's end, but is not in time. And look at the commitment to those runs by this pair. So Ansh Boje, I talked earlier about the fact that he ran well between the wickets with Joshua Trump. Shubham Ranjane, just a little bit older. Without knowing his exact age, I would say he's probably closer to 30 than 20. But still very fit and able to sprint exactly in the same way. Oh, appeal. Oh, look at this. Not out on the leg before, and then a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Was not in time. We want to take a look at that again. Sameer Bandekar taking a good long look at that. And to me, we're at an angle here, so I didn't see it live. This replay will tell us. Oh, this is very close. I think this is pitching outside leg. That is very, very close. But the angle from pitching outside leg is what saved Ansh Boje there, I believe. That sails through, no contact, no run. So boy, I tell you, it is a very hard job umpiring, and there's a number of things that you have to go through in your mind before you adjudicate a decision in the affirmative for leg before wicket. For me, this one just appears to have pitched outside the line of leg stump. By definition, if the ball pitches outside the line of leg stump, you cannot be given LBW. 2 balls remaining. In the air, will that carry? Oh, did he take that? He did take that. Tremendous catch. That ball was dying as it got to the fielder in the deep at long off. Came sprinting in, and that, to me, is the catch. Well, he hasn't had very many opportunities today, but that, to me, might end up being the catch of the match. Both because it's a difficult catch. Look at this. Lofted in the air. Shubham Ranjane knows that he didn't hit it cleanly. I would look at the other end of this. Diving in. And that is top class. That is top class. So I say catch of the match for 2 reasons. Number 1, because the catch in and of itself was difficult. Number 2, you take away a batter who had a strike rate of 200 coming in. And all of a sudden, this match looks very different from the way that it did just a handful of delivers ago. So the second wicket is down, 81 for 2. This is Aryan Tamala coming to the wicket. Aryan Tamala, who is joining up with his fellow member of the Youth Brigade, Ansh Boje, 35 from 31. Aryan Tamala, brilliant young all-rounder, off-spinner, and a big-hitting right-handed batter. But my goodness, I don't know if we'll get the chance to see the replay on that catch again, but it was spectacular. And you know that things become very, very difficult. Look at this again. Shubham Ranjane with a clean strike, but didn't get underneath it. And that, to me, ladies and gentlemen, is an absolutely brilliant catch. Absolutely brilliant. So the catch, of course, taken by Parvez Ahuja. And if you can pull off catches like that, that justifies you being in the firing line at long off. And so the match has swung very much in the last couple of overs. Aryan Tamala now facing the last ball, over number 11. Oh, close. What happened here? Umpire Samir Bandekar says, I made my decision. I need for you to respect it. That is the end of over number 11. A big one. Sanket Batula takes the wicket, the big wicket of Shubham Ranjane, courtesy of a brilliant catch. Take a look at this again, the first delivery. Let's see what umpire Samir Bandekar sees. Oh, this is so close. On the back leg, my sense is that that may be kissing the top of the leg bail, but umpire Samir Bandekar thinking that it is going, just bouncing over the top. In any event, too close to give that. End of over number 11. The fight back continues for the Dallas Xforia Giants, 81 for 2. Harmeet Singh, 1 for 3. Once again, bowling to Ansh Boje. Proper cut shot. This is going to be close at the striker's end. And by this is going to be close, I mean Ansh Boje makes it by 5 yards. So excellent running between the wickets. And I think you've seen evidence. Harmeet Singh is a brilliant cricketer, not just with his skills with the ball and bat, but tactically, making the right bowling changes, and certainly has pulled things back. Down the ground, he did not hit this cleanly, but it goes all the way for 6. It is 69 yards straight down the ground, so it's a good enough hit that you don't need to hit the screws off of it in order to get it all the way. Now look at this. Earlier I said that he cut the angle down so that Ansh Boje couldn't elevate the ball. Well, the angle that time was well outside the line of off stump, so a bit of room created, and he was only too happy to cash in for that 6 down the ground. So he now moves into the 40s. Ansh Boje, 43 from 33, takes over the dominating role. Really, in fact, he was in the dominating role to open the innings with Joshua Trump, and you'd certainly expect from this stage that the majority of the runs would come from his bat. Don't know that he meant it exactly in that direction, but he'll get a single. So things obviously always slow down when you take a wicket. So the scoring rate has slowed down just a touch in the last couple of overs. Aryan Tamala taking some time to get started. Faced 1 ball, has not scored off of it. Harmeet Singh looking to continue the, let's call it the rescue mission for his side. Good length. That's the length that you want to bowl. Get that batter reaching forward. So just 1 ball remaining now in over number 5. Make that over number 12. 90 runs on the board. Ansh Boje, 44 from 35. Aryan Tamala will now be off the mark, and he will remain on strike to start over number 13. 10 runs coming from the over, though, courtesy of a big 6 down the ground from Ansh Boje, who I think the MetroPlex Tracers will be looking forward to drag the score toward the 170 mark that I mentioned earlier. End of 12, 91 for 2. Some highlights from Joshua Trump. That, for me, of all the shots that he's played today, is the one that I liked the best. And then, of course, you saw what his partner at the other end was able to do. That was the dismissal, just kissing the outside edge. Smith Patel holding on eventually to a very thick edge. And then that catch in the deep was one that I think will feature very heavily in the highlights for the remaining season here in Minor League Cricket 2025. Sanketh Batula back into the attack. A successful second over for him. That included the big wicket of captain Shubham Ranjane. Over number 13 now underway in 91. Make that now 92 runs on the board. So again, so much now depends on Anj Boje. And given the fast start that he's had, given the fact that there is now a difference in terms of the movement of the ball, you anticipate that he would essentially grab the bull by the horns and move on from here and get his team more in the direction of getting a much more competitive target. Look at this. Great delivery from Sanketh Batula, moving off of the seam. Very similar to what you saw Esen Adil doing earlier in the game. Pitching that ball on the stumps and having it dance away from the left-hander. Helps himself to a single behind square. So, interestingly, the shot that he replayed there, Anj Boje, or that he rehearsed, was a much more aggressive one. So something tells me that he believes that he could have gotten more out of that delivery than he ended up getting. So you're starting to rebuild here, just wanting to make sure that you get a partnership going. This partnership now worth 11. Aryan Tamala not quite timing it well enough just yet, but even not while not being fully played in yet, Aryan Tamala, he doesn't feel the need, or shouldn't feel the need, to do it all by himself, because the man who's at the opposite end, who is now on strike, has 46 runs against his name, 46 from 37, 2 balls remaining over number 13. So the last 44 balls of the innings coming up. Oh, what a lovely shot. That's through the offside. Should just be a 1 though, because there's a sweeper in that direction. And so if we play the what if game, the exact scoring rate right now 7.32. Based on 7.32, the projected score is 146. If you increase your scoring rate to 9 and over from here, 9 and over the rest of the way gets you to 159. 10 and over gets you to 166. It feels like 10 and over is a little bit more or beyond their reach, particularly since you've already lost the captain, Shubham Ranjane. Let's see how they can accelerate toward the back end. That's a brilliant over from Sanketh Batula, just 5 runs coming from it to include that last single you just saw. End of over number 13. The score is 95 for 2. Harmeet Singh bowling a really good spell. A About the only mistake that he has made so far is the one that he got too wide to Ansh Boje and he hit it down the ground for 6. But apart from that, Harmeet Singh receives figures 2.1 overs, 1 for 13. So take that 6 away, and he's only conceded 7 runs in now his 3rd over. So in an innings where the batting side is scoring 7.5 runs and over, that's brilliant. Playing this through the offside, Ansh Boje not quite getting that one through. So he picked up a single and then a dot to start over number 14. So things certainly slowing down just a little bit. And that's why I said a second ago that I don't know that they can get to the 170 mark. Now, Ansh Boje is still there, and he has been very aggressive, 48 from 39. But the one who you'd have accepted or expected to accelerate is the one who is dismissed, Shubham Ranjana. But in the meantime, what happened here? It was struck directly to extra cover for a catch. My apologies, I missed that. Hit flat and hard, but right to extra cover, a clean catch. Look at this, the 3rd wicket is down. Harmeet Singh strikes again. Very full, so can't get underneath it, and struck straight to extra cover, chest height, and a pretty clean catch taken in that position. That is a big wicket. If you thought it was going to be hard to get to 170 before, it's going to be that much more difficult now, because that is the form batter, Ansh Boje, who has been dismissed. The 3rd wicket is down. He is dismissed, Ansh Boje, 48 from 39. So the scorecard shows that Aryan Tamala was dismissed. That's incorrect. It's actually Ansh Boje. Aryan Tamala still at the wicket, 2 from 8. The huge innings of 48 from 39 by Ansh Boje comes to an end, and the score is 96 for 3. See what he's done here so far, Ansh Boje, or what he was able to do. He's no longer able to do it with the dismissal. That one a little bit fortuitous, but the commitment to ball striking and the ability to hit the ball when it's in his arc, that's what he wanted. That's what I was talking about earlier, the one off of Harmeet Singh. But that is a big wicket. Ansh Boje dismissed. When the scorecard catches up, you will see that update. In the meantime, the new batter is in. And just making sure that everybody's in the right place here. Of course, this new batter does not have a jersey number, so it becomes very difficult to tell who he is. I believe this is Gurneet Singh Johal. I believe, but don't hold me to that. But we'll get that updated as soon as possible. In the meantime, Ansh Boje, brilliant innings, 48 from 39. With the start that he had, with the ability to get the runs that he did as quickly as he did, that obviously augurs well for his side. So Ansh Boje, 48 from 39, 3 4s, 3 6s. And again, apologies, the scorecard is taking a bit of time to get caught up, but the new batter, I suspect, is Gurneet Singh Johal. As soon as the powers that be get that information accurate, we'll get that to you. In the meantime, look at the quick scorecard. Ansh Boje, 48 from 39. He has been dismissed. Joshua Trump, 39 from 30. Shubham Ranjana, big wicket, 2 from 4. And Aryan Tamala, who is still at the wicket, 2 from 8. Goes past the outside edge, and in fact, that is the left-hander, the left-hander, Gurneet Singh Johal. Aryan Tamala is at the wicket at the non-striker's end with his back to us. So the scorecard saying Ansh Boje is incorrect. Played into the offside, a couple of dots here after the wicket. So brilliant stuff from Harmeet Singh. With Gurneet Singh Johal, the left-hander, you have the same issues as you did with Ansh Boje, needing to keep the ball out of the hitting zone. Hammered down the ground. Where does that end up? Goes all the way for 4. Harmeet Singh with a wry smile that could have taken his hand with him, or with it as it went toward the boundary. Look at this replay. This is hammered. And just not quite getting, in fact, he got the hand almost there. but it was essentially not enough to keep it from going to the ropes. Last ball, and he drags it into the leg side this time, directly to cock corner. That is the end of another good over by Harmeet Singh. Harmeet Singh, 3 overs now, 2 for 15, make that 2 for 19, or we'll get that exactly right as soon as the scorecard gets caught up. There's the replay. Harmeet Singh, I don't know if those as a bowler, that's a catch that you don't want coming back at you. That was absolutely nailed. Anyway, by the way, that shot that you saw brought up the 100. 102 for 3 is the score after 14. And once again, let me just reiterate the scorecard. It says Ansh Boje is at the wicket. That is not accurate. He has been dismissed. The batters are going to be Aryan Tamala and Gurneet Singh Johal. 102 runs on the board. Last 6 coming up. And if you can maybe find a way to get 9 runs and over the rest of the way, you'll get to 156. Sanket Batula, good running. Oh, well, look at this. They might get a bonus run. No. In fact, Aryan Tamala might not have been cognizant of the fact that there was another opportunity for a run there. So you have to start over here. Needing to get something going to recreate the momentum that you've gotten, or that you had gotten. And you're needing to do it with 2 brand new batters. So Gurneet Singh Johal and Aryan Tamala. Aryan Tamala, 2 from 8. Played into the offside. And so the scorecard, once again, in fact, might be time to stop saying it. At some point, they'll figure out that Aryan Tamala, or that Ansh Boje's feet are up and he's in the dugout, and they'll realize that that's not him at the wicket. In the meantime, let's just tell the overall score: 104 for 3. It is now Gurneet Singh Johal back on strike. Sanket Batula into his 4th over. Oh, hammered. That is the big side of the ground, but it does not matter. All the way for 6 over mid-wicket. Oh, he leaned into that and absolutely planted the front foot, and nothing stops that from sailing over the ropes at deep mid-wicket. That is his first 6. This replay should tell the story. Oh, dragging it from well outside the line of off stump. That was probably a 5th stump line, but Gurneet Singh Johal is a lot bigger, for example, than Ansh Boje. So you have a different element here with the left-hander. He can hit big. He's maybe not hugely powerfully built, but strong, has long levers, and can essentially reach the ball where maybe an Ansh Boje would not have been able to. So a long way to go, but you get the sense that that 6 that you just saw signaled the opportunity for this pair to take off going. Now, I think what you're seeing here is a scoreboard keeper trying to get caught up. Things, eventually, those numbers will all be in the right place, I promise you. Unofficially, the score is 110 for 3. I think the scoreboard keeper is trying to get caught up. Watch that and see how it develops. Oh, didn't know a whole lot about that one. Good comeback delivery. And anytime you get hit for 6, you expect the next delivery to have some extra gas behind it. That's what you saw from Sanket Batula there. So 2 balls remaining, I believe, in over number 15. And there, I think we're all caught up now. So Gurneet Singh Johal, 12 from 6. Aryan Tamala, 3 from 8. The score, the MetroPlex Tracers batting first, 110 for 3. Last 2 balls coming up in over 15. Down the ground, catchable. Much easier catch this time from mid-on. Make that long on. Parvesh Ahuja, you saw him take that tough one earlier to dismiss. The captain, Shubham Ranjane, this one is much more comfortable, taking it waist height. So Gurneet Singh Johal flatters but deceives, and the wicket number 4 is down. Score is 110 for 4. Look at this catch. much easier, just settles in his lap, has all day to take it, very casual. Maybe the coaches will tell you to come in another step and take it at head height, but doesn't matter. His hands are essentially like baseball gloves. Once they go in there, they stick. So wicket number 4 falls when the score is 110. You're losing wickets at a fair clip here, and you want to not be doing that at this stage of the innings. How much now depends on the man coming to the crease. Matthew Trump, you saw him, or his twin brother earlier, Joshua. Matthew Trump is the man who is now going to be asked to sprint toward the finish line. Aaron Tamala at the non-striker's end, 3 from 8. Last ball coming up here in this spell for Sanket Batula. Matthew Trump is more of a swashbuckler, I would say, than a technically correct batter. And I don't mean that negatively. I mean, he can hit big, and he'll be looking to do that toward the back end of the innings. Immediately walking down the track and playing this one into the offside. So off the mark, he will remain on strike to start over number 15. End of over 16 rather. End of 15, the score is 1-1-1 for 4. So a great spell from Sanket Batula. 4 overs. Got punished in his first over, gave up 10 runs, but came back beautifully. The remaining 3 overs only cost 16 runs, and he took 2 wickets. So really good day with the ball for Sanket Batula. And in the meantime, Reza Hassan back into the attack. Bowling to Matthew Trump. So just like his brother, Joshua is very strong through the offside, but essentially can hit big all around the ground. See what he does with the left-hander here. Reza Hassan is bowling orthodox, but he's firing the ball through at pace. Not in any way looking to toss that ball up. He's almost bowling medium pace. First delivery there to Matthew Trump was essentially a medium pace delivery. Now to Aaron Tamala. Oh, looking to cut this one. Run out opportunity here. Oh, he's gone by a mile. Oh my goodness. So Aaron Tamala's innings comes to an end. Matthew Trump spotting the opportunity for the run. He's at the non-striker's end, so he's seeing it all the way. Aaron Tamala does not respond. There you see on the replay. It took a while to respond, and in fact the stumps were broken before Aaron Tamala even started his dive. So that is unfortunate. You get the sense that that would have been a pretty easy buy had he responded immediately. Look at this here. If he takes off there, then I think he makes it easily. But the quick pick up and throw and finds him nowhere close. That camera work tells you that he was short. That's a good look right here. Short before he even started grounding his bat for the dive. And that is yet another run out. Or not yet another wicket, this time a run out. So 112 for 5. Not the best of starts in the last couple of overs. And I think you've seen where the momentum that they'd fought so hard to regain, the batting side, MetroPlex Tracers, has been lost. 112 for 5 is what you're looking at now. A new batter is in. At the non-striker's end, Matthew Trump is back on strike. Oh, looks to cut this one. Very fine. Didn't mean to get it that fine. I'm pretty sure it didn't mean it that fine, but he'll get 2 runs. The batter at the non-striker's end just came to the wicket is Suvir Gudipati. So how much now is on the shoulders of Matthew Trump? Said earlier that his brother Joshua Trump had a swashbuckling kind of an innings. 39 from 30, 3 4s and 2 6s. You're looking to see whether or not he can generate that type of an innings going into the last 26 deliveries of this innings. So very good party. Yet another youngster from the Houston area. So very good party is a domestic player, but very young. Let's just say it's not too long ago that I was calling his matches in the Houston Youth Premier League. So that gives you a sense of the age of the players that we're talking about here. One run here, and then the last ball to be faced by Matthew Trump. To me, this is going to be a really interesting passage of play. Played away, a lot of work for the sweeper in the deep, and he cannot get there. Matthew Trump places that cut shot perfectly, runs away behind point for 4. So look at this again, leaning back, the ball turning away from him, and he gets it just square enough that the sweeper coming around from the offside cannot get there. So that is a huge shot to end over number 4, make that over number 16, 4 remaining, and the score is 120 for 5. Adil back into the attack. So the big fast bowler with 2 overs left. So in theory, he would bowl overs 17 and likely 19, or you could go 17 and 20. Starts with a dot ball to Matthew Trump. Matthew Trump 9 from 5. So Adil opening the bowling, bowled overs 1 and 3. Over number 1 went for 8 runs. Over 3 went for 6. This is outside the line of off stump. So very good party is begging for a wide. And I'll tell you that umpire Samir Bandeker will not like him begging for that wide. Samir Bandeker, among other things, including a brilliant umpire, is a very strict disciplinarian and likes the players all to withhold the spirit of the game. And asking the umpire to make a call in your favor is not generally seen as being in the right spirit. 2 dot balls here, though, so the scoring rate coming down, back down to 7.35. Projected score 147. Oh, looking to play through the offside. Inside edge takes the ball to short, fine leg. It's Smith Patel from behind the stumps who's able to retrieve that one. But this is a good over underway here for Adil. So earlier I said that he came in with an economy rate of over 9, which to me is a lot more expensive than he would like to be and doesn't give you an indication of the type of bowler that he is. And he started out a little expensive here. 3 or 6 runs from the first 3 balls he bowled in this innings. But since those 3 balls, he's only conceded another 9 runs. So he's absolutely brought things back here into the last 3 balls of over number 17. And a lot is on the shoulders of Matthew Trump now. Advancing down the track, plays this one square, running away for 4. So you need a lot more of that if you're the MetroPlex Tracers. Matthew Trump grabbing the bull by the horns. Never easy to advance down the track to a big fast bowler like Adil, but he plays it square, even though it comes running down the track, but his head remains still and gets it square enough that it goes away for 4. So the last 2 balls, and I said early, you're going to need a lot from Matthew Trump the rest of the way. Not a whole lot in terms of batting skill. Maybe the skill might not be the right word, but in terms of quick scoring, put it that way. Not a lot of quick scorers to come. The veteran Noshkenjige can come in and play a scoop shot every once in a while. He can disrupt things for the bowling side, but I would think that Matthew Trump knows that it's essentially on his shoulders to get a big score here. Played away square, a couple more runs you would think. Coming back for the second run, and it's going to be very close, but they make it. So good running. The commitment to running is always there with these young players, and that's what you love seeing. Quick pickup in the deep, and it was fired at the non-strikers end, very flat. Look at this. Clean pickup here, and a strong throw, but look at that diving attempt by Severe Goodipati. So able to get to that non-striker's end just ahead of the throw. 7 runs from the over. Last ball coming up here in over number 17. You're down to the last 19 balls of the innings. Slashed away. Oh, straight to Harmeet Singh, backward point. Not able to get any runs. I'll tell you what, 1 yard to either side of him, and that's 4 more runs. But that's a dot to close out over number 17. Good one for the MetroPlex Tracers. The score is 127 for 5. Severe Goodipati, 2 from 4. He is on strike. Matthew Trump, opposite end of the pitch, 15 from 8. Harmeet Singh about to bowl his last over, right in front and given. Severe Goodipati playing the sweep shot. For me, that ball was entirely too straight and too full to be sweeping. Plays really wanted, I think, to have been playing that one in the V. A punch down the ground for a single to get Matthew Trump back on strike is probably a better option than going across the line to a ball that was pretty straight. That is wicket number 6. You'll see the replay shortly, but for me, this is plowing into maybe middle and leg from around the wicket. So that, I think, is a pretty straightforward decision for umpire Vishnu Pillai to make. Wicket number 6 is down. The score is 127 for 6. Look in the replay here. From around the wicket, tossed up. Oh, that cannot be any straighter. I said middle and leg. That's actually hitting middle. Harmeet Singh is not appealing. He is celebrating because he already knew that was a wicket. For me, there's not much doubt in that decision from umpire Vishnu Pillai. Actually missed the pad and hit the side, almost like the thigh of the batter, Severe Goodipati. And not a very difficult decision for umpire Vishnu Pillai to make. So I said his name earlier, Noshkenjige. This pair have played together for a long time, represented the U.S. together in the last or most previously played World Cup. Noshkenjige will know Harmeet Singh for 2 reasons. Number 1, because they've been teammates for a long time at the highest level, and number 2, because they're both similar bowlers, left arm fast or left arm spinners, left arm orthodox bowlers. Very full. And does Matthew Trump look for the second run here? No, he does not. And now, oh, they get the second run, and that will irritate the captain. I don't know that that would have been or should have been conceded, but they get the additional run, and that's going to be something that certainly, in one sense, irritates the captain, and then in another sense, maybe not quite so irritable because Matthew Trump remains at the non-striker's end. You conceded an extra run, but you do get Matthew Trump back at the non-striker's end. No single here. Adil, don't often see big fast bowlers fielding in the covers, but that's where you see Adil right now with 2 balls remaining in over number 18. Last 14 balls in the innings coming up. Oh, what happens here? Let's play the little late cut behind square. Thought he had a catch, Harmeet Singh, but not give my umpire Vishnu Pillai. Then that wry smile you saw from Harmeet Singh probably tells a story that he knew that that didn't hit anything. The last ball of his day here coming up. Here's the delivery. Pushed through at pace, and I don't think there's any way that that would have been given out. But this becomes the last ball of Harmeet Singh. Reverse sweep, I said it a number of times. Nush Kenjige has that shot in his repertoire. Breaks it out here. So a 4 spoils a good last over for Harmeet Singh. There's a reverse sweep. I tell you what, if he misses that, he is dead in front of middle stump, and Harmeet Singh has his 3rd wicket. Make that his 4th wicket. But as it is, he does get it off the middle of the bat. Nush Kenjige. That is the end of over number 18. Harmeet Singh is done. 3 for 25. Brilliant over. A brilliant spell, rather. And the score is 133 for 6. So 133 for 6. A few ebbs and flows in this match. A lot of switches in momentum. But what it comes down to is that you have a former Pakistani international fast bowler against a young all-rounder in Matthew Trump. Over number 19 about start. Squeezed off the outside edge. Should just be, ooh, I thought it was just going to be single, but Matthew Trump wanted 2 the entire way, and he gets it. That's what the coaches want to see. Sprint the first one hard, look for the opportunity to get that 2nd run. And number 1, it gives you an additional run. Number 2, gives you the batter on strike, who probably, and I hope Nush Kenjige doesn't take offense to this, who's more likely to clear the ropes. That would be Matthew Trump. Even though you do see the reverse sweep, and you saw it broken out that time from Nush Kenjige, the last ball of the previous over. But I think even he, Nush Kenjige, will tell you that Matthew Trump is likely the one to be able to score more quickly. Last 11 balls. Down the ground, that is a clean strike, but 1 bounce to the field at long on. And this time it really will just be 1 run. So Matthew Trump now up to 18 from 10 balls faced. Nush Kenjige on strike, 6 from 5. I don't know that you'll see Nush Kenjige try to reverse sweep Adil. Nush Kenjige is a brilliant, brilliant player for a number of years. He's represented not just the U.S., but in the various T20 leagues around the country. You've seen him all over the place. Just a brilliant all-around player. Dangerous lower order batter, even though he's not necessarily very likely to go big down the ground, but he can maneuver the bowling in such a way that he can score, find ways to score, and then certainly will know to be able to give the strike as needed here to Matthew Trump. Goes past the outside edge. So just looking at Nush Kenjige's figures throughout his career in the minor leagues. 39 matches played, 252 runs. You don't expect a whole lot from him necessarily, even though his strike rate is 117. So that's not nothing. Has 13 fours and 9 sixes. And then for me, what's most important, his average of 25. So you can expect for him to get some runs toward the back end of the innings. But wickets is where you expect to see him have the biggest impact on the game. 56 wickets in his minor league career. This now is Adil. Last 3 balls coming up in his spell. Cut away and running away down the hill for 4. I said cut away. He attempted to cut it. It ended up being a top edge, but flew over where his first slip would have been. You'll take runs at this stage any way you can get them. Nush Kenjige will not apologize for that being his second 4. Certainly didn't mean it anywhere in that direction, but you'll absolutely take it. So there. If there had been a first slip in position, that goes to him at chest height. But you take the runs all day if you're Nash Kenjige. So a few runs here at the back end of the innings. With 2 balls remaining in over number 19, Essa Nadal has conceded 28 runs. What can Nash Kenjige do here? Interesting, you see Essa Nadal motioning to the deep third fielder that he wants him finer. Because if that ball comes off the edge, like it did the last delivery, then it certainly would be a lot finer. And that's the justification for deep third being in that direction. Look at this. Full toss, not the best of deliveries bowled from Essa Nadal. Nash Kenjige helps himself. This time, he wanted it to go in that direction, over backward square leg for the second consecutive boundary. Not cleanly struck, but definitely wanting to play in that direction. Nash Kenjige getting a gift from Essa Nadal, a full toss down the leg side, and he helps himself to 4 runs. Look at this, 144 runs. Earlier I said 170 is out of the question. It probably still is out of the question. But you've generated some momentum going into the last 7 balls here. If I'm Nash Kenjige, I'm looking for something here that is an even number of runs, 2, 4, or 6. Well, he was looking for the 6. He was looking for the 6, missed out on the attempted shot. I don't think that matters as much, because what to me is important is that Matthew Trump will be on strike to start over number 20. End of 19, 144 for 6. So quick summary, 2 names, top left, Ansh Boje, 48 from 40, Joshua Trump, 39 from 30. They've dominated the scorecard so far. Matthew Trump at the bottom, 18 from 10. Can he get somewhere around 12 or 14 runs from this over? Get something close to 160. And the last over being bowled here, Ron Raje. Down the ground, high, handsome 6. Oh my goodness, he absolutely blasts off here. Matthew Trump with a big strike to start over number 20. 150 is up with that shot, and he is not done yet. Absolutely brilliant. Well, this is a long time that he's not bowled, Ron Raje, and Matthew Trump absolutely plundering this ball. Look where it goes, absolutely out of the stadium. So it's 69 yards straight. Add another 22 for the pitch. So that ball would have traveled about 91 yards. Absolutely brilliant ball striking from Matthew Trump. 5 balls still to come. Pulls into the deep mid-wicket area. They have to come back for the second. And in fact, they just jogged that second run. Always 2 there. Once again, that's the big side of the field. So not much difficulty coming back for that second run. Your boundary riders are all on the ropes. And so you know that they'll be looking to cut the boundaries off, but that gives you opportunities to come back for that second run. Frankly, they would have been coming back for that second run anyway, I think. So, last 4 balls of the innings. Can you get up above 160, Matthew Trump? Oh, launched into the deep for 6. Or is it? Yes, goes all the way. The big side of the field again, 82-yard boundary. It's probably 85. It does not matter. He gets 6. That is 2 straight. Bowling at his pads. Cannot bowl there to a batter who wants to hit big. And Matthew Trump now takes the score to 158 with 3 balls to come. Look at this. Matthew Trump is already up to 32. trying to emulate his brother. I'll tell you what, he's emulating his brother, and he's doing it at a much better strike rate at this stage. Last three coming up. In this direction, 6 more. Oh my! That ball lands 10 rows back over long off. Matthew Trump is absolutely on fire. 20 runs from over number 20, still 2 to come. This is brilliant ball striking. All of a sudden, don't look now, Matthew Trump is the second leading scorer in the innings, and he still has 2 runs. Make that the third leading. He is at 38. 39 is what his brother Joshua had, and he still has 2 balls to see if he can get above Ange Borges' 48. How brilliant would it be if he gets to 50? He'd need 2 sixes to do it. He still has 2 balls here, and Rohan Raja has got to get this Yorker fuller. He's leaving it in the slot and being punished. Short delivery, that's a much better option. And signaled as 1 for the over, but a precious dot ball. Boy, he was looking for the bouncer. Look at this. I'll tell you what, that's a very close call. Umpire Samir Bandeka would have thought that this was going to be over the head of Matthew Trump in his normal standing position, deciding that it was not. And so it just becomes a short delivery instead of a wide. Last ball coming up. 20 runs from the over already. What delivery do you bowl here? Cannot bowl another bouncer. You're limited to 1. So this, in theory, would be a ball that Matthew Trump can score off of. Short, skied, in the air forever, and it will land safely. They'll come back for the second run. What a brilliant last over for the Metroplex Tracers, who run through the tape, if you will. 22 runs coming from the last over. Matthew Trump closes with a flourish, finishes up with 40 from 16. Looking at the replay, easy 2 runs, landing on the big side of the field in no man's land, and they get back for that second run without much fuss. So you end up at 166. Look at that. For a while there, I said 170 was not going to be possible. Matthew Trump dragged them kicking and screaming toward a very competitive total, and they certainly generated the momentum at the back end of the innings. So we look at the scorecard. Ange Borges with a fast start, 48 from 40. Joshua Trump, 39 from 30. Matthew Trump not out, 40 from 16. A few contributions from a couple of others. Don't forget Nush Kenjige playing his part in the end. For the bowlers, I thought they were good initially, and Esa Nadil in particular was good at the top of the order along with Rohan Raja. He bowled a ragged last over, got taken apart, Rohan Raja. Sankirth Batula and Harmeet Singh, the 2 best bowlers on the day for me. Harmeet Singh in particular, just 6.25 runs and over, along with those 3 wickets. So, brilliant first innings in the start. Look at these highlights. Boy, you'll see here, as soon as the scorecard is out of the way, Ange Borges with a few lusty blows. Matthew Trump, for me, this is going to be the shot of the day. This one here, through extra cover. And then Ange Borges, even though he came along a long way, got dismissed eventually. And there you see the dismissal of Matthew Trump. This, to me, makes a 20-25 run difference in the day. That brilliant catch in the outfield. And then a couple lusty blows, good catch taken there, short extra cover. Harmeet Singh with the 3rd wicket. And that one, Harmeet Singh almost lost his arm down the ground. Look at this simple catch. Couple of good catches taken in that position by Parvesh Ahuja. And this run out here, I think he'll be very disappointed with Aryan Tamala. And I think Matthew Trump coming in and lighting things afire at the back end of the innings, absolutely taking apart Nash Kenjige there with the reverse sweep. Top edge going for 4, and then the full toss also going for 4. Well, Matthew Trump with the hitting in this last over. Brilliant ball striking. That the best of the lot. Over long off. So brilliant stuff. Excellent. Going at the rate of 8.3 throughout the innings. So 167 is your target after we take a quick break. The Dallas Xforia Giants, I think, have their work cut out for them. Good first innings. See you in 10 minutes. Welcome back to the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium, Grand Prairie, Texas. The youngsters, MetroPlex Tracers, I keep calling them youngsters, and there's a very good reason for that, is because they're almost all youngsters. Several teenagers, several early 20s. Maybe the one exception would be Nush Kenjige, who is in his early 30s. And they have shown themselves that they are able to put a good score on the board, and you underestimate them at your peril. Brilliant innings by Ansh Boje, Joshua Trump, and Matthew Trump in particular, those three, 48, 39, and 40 respectively. Matthew Trump in particular scored his 40 runs in 16 balls. So that obviously, a strike rate of 250 is something that you can take in any version of cricket. Bowlers, I think, for the Xforia Giants started a lot better than they finished. And for sure, they will be looking to make a good account or give a good account for themselves here. It'll be interesting to see what the opening pair is going to be, meaning the opening bowlers. Shubham Ranjane, the captain, I would imagine, is who is going to open the bowling from the from the theater end, the northern end of the ground. And he'll be bowling to two very accomplished batters. On strike, if I'm not mistaken, that is Smith Patel with the yellow helmet, the batter at the non-striker's end with his back to, well, now you're seeing him at the top of your screen, is Shayan Jahangir. Both of these players are national level players, have both represented the U.S., very recently. The most recent time that they both represented the U.S. was in Florida this past summer, playing against, in the Tri-Series against Canada and Nepal. I'm sorry, not Nepal, Oman. Different assignment here. Smith Patel will be looking to get off to a fast start against Shubham Ranjane. And he's bang on target, the captain. Very first delivery, defended for no run. So I mentioned Shubham Ranjane. You saw him with the bat earlier, failing with the bat today. Strike rate of 200 coming in, and you expected for him to bat for a very long time and put some runs on the board, but he failed with the bat. But if you have an all-rounder, when you fail in one area of the game, it motivates you in the other area, and I'll expect that Shubham Ranjane will give a good account for himself here, or of himself. And of course, Shayan Jahangir, the man who is currently at the non-striker's end, needs no introduction here in Texas. Played his cricket locally in Houston, about 260 miles down Highway 45 from here, and started and parlayed that all the way up to playing for the U.S. Tremendous bowler, tremendous batter. And I would think that if you want to see aggressive stroke play, you can do much worse than put Shayan Jahangir on strike. There you see him just sort of going through his trigger movements ahead. You would think he's getting ready to face right now. And something to watch for when he bats. Shubham Ranjane will probably, let's say he bowls to him in this over. Shayan Jahangir does not like being dictated to. And one or two dot balls, and the next delivery he's looking to swing for the fences, because he does not like in any way to be tied down. And I don't mean that in a negative sense. I mean he's very aggressive. He likes to set the tone as a batter. The stereotypical fast bowler likes to have batters afraid of him, but he is the type of batter, Shayan Jahangir, that might have the ability to intimidate the bowlers. So we'll see what happens when he gets on strike. In the meantime, a really good first over on the way here by Shubham Ranjane. By the way, the required rate at the start of the innings is 8.25. Pretty stiff ask under most circumstances. And if you have a few dot balls to start here, then it becomes that much more difficult. Oh, Very delayed swipe there by Smith Patel. The second shot that he rehearsed there looked a lot better than the first. Almost an agricultural swipe by Smith Patel. Not able to get anything on it. If I'm Shubham Ranjan, and maybe I'm looking to move my backward point a little finer. By the way, the two Trump brothers, top of your screen, is played into the deep. Should just be one. So I mentioned the two Trump brothers at the top of your screen. Joshua Trump is the wicket-keeper batter. You saw him earlier on. And then it is Matthew Trump who set the scoreboard alight in that last over with 22 runs. He's standing at first slip. And really, very honestly, unless you've known them for a very long time, the only way to tell them apart is that Joshua Trump wears red shoes. Matthew Trump wears red shoes. Joshua Trump doesn't. So that will have to suffice for now. Last ball, over number one. Single taken here by Shayan Jahangir. Starts off in second gear, if you will. 2 runs coming from the first over. Brilliant one by Shubham Ranjane. 2 without loss. The veteran who we talked about earlier, Nosh Kenjige, opening the bowling, left arm orthodox, very similar to Harmeet Singh. Harmeet Singh a lot taller, but similar in the sense that they're both deadly accurate, and Nosh Kenjige in particular has created a career where he excels during the power play. Obviously, with two fielders outside the circle, you have to be bang on target with your deliveries, and he generally is just that. Worked into the leg side here. Oh, direct hit. What a brilliant throw. They'll get a second run. That throw came in from the covers on the circle, literally square of the wickets. Had one stump to aim at and hit the stump, the one stump that he had to aim at. Unfortunately for him, the ball ricochets away off of the stumps. It's still a live ball, so the batters were able to get a second run. Look at this. Fires. He had one stump and just across the line. So that is brilliant running, brilliant fielding too. And unfortunately, in this case, he gets punished for that accurate arm. Straight down the ground. So the two fielders outside are straight, long on and long off. And Smith Patel in particular is now facing Nosh Kenjige. These are all national level players, all played for the US. Smith Patel, Nosh Kenjige, and Shayan Jahangir. So this matchup is pretty high stakes, and it is absolutely talent laden. Needless to say, all MLS or MLC players as well. Can't get a single here. So just 3 runs from the over already. This is really good stuff from Nosh Kenjige. What you expect from him. Now, do you see the opportunity here to generate some runs? And by the way, we'll take a look at the radar after this ball, because out of nowhere we might have the opportunity for some rain. Lofted into the deep, couple of bounces, goes away for 4. So that breaks the shackles just a little bit. The last ball of over number 2 goes for 4. Look at this, just dragging this one, a bit of a slog. making a little bit of room for himself, opening himself up and going over the leg side. So that is what you get from the last ball here in over number 2. 9 runs on the board. So let's take a look if the weather gods can see right where we are here. See the weather coming in from the southwest. That is what it's going to look like just around 11 o'clock. So that went by relatively quickly. But that huge green swath that you saw is coming in from the southwest. And we are essentially racing against the weather gods to finish this game on time, because I believe around 11 p.m. tonight is when the rain should start, but it also could start earlier than that. So it's something to keep in mind. In the air, just dragging it to the left of mid-on, runs away for 4. Shine Jahangir, I've said it a couple of times, does not like to be tied down. Starts over number 3, second one being bowled by Shubham Ranjane with a boundary. Just dragging it. Interestingly, Joshua Trump applauding Shubham Ranjane there. I don't know that he wants it to be that straight, because Shine Jahangir can score all around the wicket, but if it's at his pads and if it's that length, then mid-on or just wide of mid-on becomes a scoring option. Oh, a few people who will know. That is the head groundskeeper on the top left of your screen. That is David Agnew. And then if we can get that shot again, I wanted to highlight a couple of people. David Agnew is the head groundskeeper. He will be called into action sometime soon. If you go pan to the left, pan back to the left if we can, because there's one other person right there we wanted to highlight. He's actually not quite in the shot yet. Maybe we'll go back to that. But the person I was looking to highlight is Chase. That's played away through the offside. A lot of work for the sweeper. He will not get there. That is 4 more. So a 4, then a dot, then a 4. Shine Jahangir now up to 12 from 7. Seen him with a couple of boundaries. And allow me to take 10 seconds to say hello to Chase, because Chase is somebody who came to the sport of cricket from having accidentally, if you will, being introduced to it. Unfortunately, his father passed away, but one of the reasons why his father was in the hospital was, or one of the outcomes of his father being in the hospital, the previous patient had the TV on Willow, and that is how Chase found cricket. So Chase is now at every single game, and if we go back to that, we'll see what I'm referring to, because Chase, who is a former military member, and you'll see him here every game with his Dallas Xforia Giants shirt on, with his service dog. So Chase becomes a pretty important part of the story here in the minor leagues. So we'll get back to that. Maybe we'll get a shot of Chase later on, but even if we don't, Chase, great to have you here as usual. 2 balls to go. Played into the offside. A sweeper is out there. And so a flurry of runs all of a sudden. You had 4. And there we go. That is Chase right there. Chase, good afternoon. It's an absolute pleasure to see you. And I think they're telling Chase that we're talking about him. So Chase, you'll go back and listen to this later, and you'll know that we're saying hello to you. Anyway, last ball coming up. And also Chase has shown an affinity to bringing a couple of people with him. And that is also something that you'd want to see here. And if I didn't make the point earlier, every single game here in the minor leagues is absolutely free without cost. You show up. Maybe you want to bring something to drink because there are no vendor stands, but otherwise you're in the same stadium that hosted World Cup matches as recently as last year. 10 runs come from an eventful over, 19 is the score after 3. $19 without loss, 3 overs in, another 148 runs needed in 102 balls. Nash Kenji get back into the attack. Starting out with a dot and looking to see where your runs are going to come from. Smith Patel, brilliant batter. Not surprising. Again, former U19 player in India and represented India in the 2012 World Cup, if I remember correctly. Full toss, drilled through the offside for 4. So Nosh Kenjige will know that full tosses generally don't work out very well, but full tosses that are wide will get put away by a good batter, a batter as good as Smith Patel is. So we'll start with a dot and then a 4. And in terms of the batting that you've seen from this pair, they end up being about the most explosive batting pair that you can find. Smith Patel, the leading batter in the side, 139 runs coming in, average of his average is going to go up after that shot, runs away for 4. So what I started saying is that his average is 139. Now that is obviously very deceptive, and if you're not sure, if you are not aware of how averages are calculated in cricket, it's the number of runs that you score divided by the number of times that you've been dismissed. Smith Patel, having only been dismissed once in 3 innings, gets to show an average of 139. That's not necessarily saying that he gets 139 every time he goes out there, but what is more appropriate to look at for him is his strike rate, 149. That's legitimate. So 149 is a strike rate, 139 runs again, 2 not outs, 7 sixes, and 14 fours. Very aggressive. And there you saw him checking the big shot. Just wanted to go for the big shot just for a split second, but then choosing to not do that. Now this is an interesting looking scorecard because, not scorecard, a batting lineup. Smith Patel leading with 139. The next highest member of the batting side is Parvez Ahuja with 20. So far, Smith Patel has proven really to be the only batter of note statistically in the season so far. Certainly doesn't mean that you don't have others who can score quickly. Shayan Jahangir being one, Arjun Mahesh being another, Captain Harmeet Singh himself being another. All can get runs quickly, all can score big. But to date in the season, Smith Patel is the only one with a total score of more than 20, and his score coming in is 139. So a couple of singles down the ground, and that closes things out for over number 4. Productive one, 30 without loss. And quick highlights looking here. That one drifting in and hammered away by Shayan Jahangir. And then a couple of good strikes here for Smith Patel. That last one more muscled than timed, but overall you certainly put yourself in the position where you've gotten a few runs. So end of 4, 30 without loss. First over about to be bowled by that young man. You saw him in action with the bat earlier, but once again, if you have the abilities with both bat and ball, that certainly puts you in good stead. So overs 1 and 3 bowled by Shubham Ranjane. Now over number 5 to be bowled by Matthew Trump. Shubham Ranjane pulling himself back or keeping himself back. Matthew Trump. In baseball, the term is battery. The battery is a combination of the pitcher and the catcher. Well, the battery here in this match between bowler and keeper are twin brothers. Matthew Trump, the bowler, Joshua Trump, the keeper. First delivery looks to glances down the leg side, and he may just consider himself lucky there, because if that comes off of the edge of the bat, inside edge, Akhilesh Bodagam is inside the circle at fine leg, and that would have run away down the hill. Matthew Trump, there you see his figures. 10 matches, 139 runs with the bat, 7 wickets with the ball, and you essentially are looking at one of the brightest stars in U.S. cricket, along with his brother, Joshua, both very accomplished players, and I think you'll see them continue pushing onward as we go into the future. Whipped away, that's going to be 4. Brilliant stroke, and there was not a lot of flourish in that shot. It was all timing. Maybe straining for the Yorker there, and Smith Patel cashing in, just working that one off of the hips. Matthew Trump will probably want this ball to be a little bit more on off stump. Look where this ball ends up. Very straight and just a proper on drive. I said very little flourish, and you don't need a lot of flourish when you time it that well. Smith Patel with a brilliant stroke, just wide of mid-on for boundary. Worked away. There's a fielder in the deep. That down there, I believe, is Gurneet Singh Johal. So you're halfway through the first over being bowled here by Matthew Trump. There's 9 delivers remaining inside the power play. Do you eventually, after the end of the power play, immediately switch to being a lot more defensive? You have the opportunity, but for the time being, you still have to get through the first or the next 9 balls in the power play. So let's see exactly how Matthew Trump handles it. One man in the deep square on the leg side and another deep third. Single here. Quick pickup, looking to take that throw. Akhtar Shah with the clean pickup, but not able to get anything on it. So you know what? You're scoring runs. The idea here is not to necessarily swing for the fences if you are the Dallas Xforia Giants. It's just to go through the gears and pick up what you can pick up. You're scoring right now at the rate of 7.71 and over. That's within range of the required rate of 8.35, and you have wickets in hand. So just something to pay attention to. Play it to mid-off, no run. That is a dot that puts you in position, just needing one more ball. Now, let's point something out. There is a non-zero chance that this game could potentially be affected by the rain. So at some point, we'll be tracking the DLS par score. At the end of 6 is when it becomes an official game. So after 6, we'll start keeping track of the DLS target, Duckworth-Lewis, and see how that impacts things. In the air, catchable, and taken. That is a clean catch off the boundary. That is such a good catch. Taken there by Gurneet Singh Johal, and that is the first wicket. That ball was struck firmly by Smith Patel, but directly to the fielder in the deep, short side of the ground, but he still didn't elevate it enough, Smith Patel, and a pretty straightforward chance. Well, I say straightforward. He had to dive forward to get it. Look at this in the air, not necessarily with a lot of flourish on the shot. Didn't get it. Look at both Trump brothers. If we can see that replay again, look at both Trump brothers here. Catch taken. Well, first let's look at the catch. Down low, and it is about knee height, and he does very well, Gurneet Singh Johal, to take that catch. Now, I want to see the replay again at behind the stumps, because both Trump brothers, keeper Josh, bowler Matthew, both celebrating in unison. That was wonderful. Look at this. Keep an eye on both of them, and absolutely love that. Those two would have celebrated with themselves a number of times over the years, and they get the chance to do it again here. First wicket down, end of over number 5, 36 for 1. So that's a big wicket. And Matthew Trump, in addition to quick fire 40, takes the big wicket of the captain, not the the captain. No, I'm sorry. Harmeet Singh is the captain. But the international level player, put it that way, Smith Patel. And so now you see how you can go through the rest of the innings. New bowler in, it's Akhtar Shah, bowling to Shayan Jahangir. How does he handle things now, Shayan Jahangir? Because again, he is ordinarily a batter who does not like to be dictated to. And obviously, you know, batting with Akarshit Gomel. Akarshit Gomel, over the years, has been the best batter in the Dallas Xforia Giants side. And we'll go through his figures shortly, but what you need to know about him is that he can take a little bit of time to get started, but once he gets started, he can be as brutal as any. So the combination of Akarshit Gomel and Shaheen Jahangir batting together can certainly wreak havoc on the opposition bowlers if they're not careful. So they're going to have to be very careful here. MetroPlex Tracers looks to slash this one away. Can't get anything on it. So Shaheen Jahangir as well as Akarshit Gomel both at the crease now. The first wicket falling with the score on 36. So they're going to have to start to rebuild here. Akhtar Shah, 3 matches, 3 wickets. Haven't needed him to do much with the bats. What you want from him is tight lines, good lengths, and restrict the scoring. And if you take wickets, even that much better. Now maybe after this over, we'll start talking Duckworth Lewis, because that could become an issue. That is a great ball. Very pacey. Half-hearted drive that time by Akarshit Gomel, not able to get any bat on it. And it sails by the outside edge. There's what I was talking about. Look at Akarshit Gomel, 23 matches playing for the Xforia Giants, 522 runs. So genuine heavy scorer, a big bat, a very important wicket in the context of this game, because as we get into the discussion about Duckworth Lewis, when you take wickets, it makes things that much more difficult for the opposition. And so we'll talk about that in a minute. Maybe we'll get into it after the end of this over. A couple of dot balls here as you've gotten to the end of the power play. Ooh, didn't necessarily mean for it to go there. Interestingly, that the fielder who is down at deep third is Matthew Trump. And the reason why I say that's interesting is because Matthew Trump has one of the best pairs of hands, not just on this team, but in the league. And so it almost appears as though you're looking to incentivize each of these batters to slash at a full and wide one and see it carry all the way down to Matthew Trump at deep third. And that last delivery from Akhtar Shah is the type of delivery that would fit that profile that I just said, where you're looking to get them to slash the ball in that direction and see if Matthew Trump can pull one off. Oh, what a shot. But that's a great piece of fielding. That saves 3 runs. Ansh Boje, you saw what he did with the bat earlier. Here he saves 3 runs. That had 4 runs written all over it. And now just 1 ball remaining. Look at this piece of fielding. Driven away, and Ansh Boje, he's left-handed. Well, he's a left-handed batter, but he throws right-handed. So that was his good side, but you still have to be able to stop it. And excellent anticipation, cutting that one off. Last over coming up, make that last ball of over number 6 coming up, the last ball of the power play. And we will talk Duckworth Lewis after this, because it's going to be interesting. Straight to mid-off. And not exactly fielded cleanly, but that is the end of over number 6. And the power play, 39 for 1. So now look at this. First of all, look at the couple of power play highlights. A couple of good shots. This one here is one that was played away square. And the wicket coming up, that was a really good shot. But then that great catch in the outfield by Gurneek Singh Johal made the difference. That is the 1 wicket that has fallen. Now, let's talk Duckworth Lewis. The par score as of this stage is 42. So in other words, if the game ended right now, the Dallas Xforia Giants would have needed, make that 43. So the Xforia Giants would need to be at or above that score to be able to win. So at 39 for 1, right now, if the game ends because of rain, effectively they will have lost. Now, something else to keep in mind, looking at how these two teams compare at the equivalent stages in their innings. At the end of the power play, the MetroPlex Tracers had 40 runs on the board. The Dallas Xforia Giants have 39. So could this game be any closer? Oh, look at this. You will not see this happen very often. That is going to be a wide and 5 penalty runs. Ball down the leg side. Joshua Trump diving away, deflecting it. It goes off of the helmet, I believe. The umpires are now talking about it. Watch the signal from the umpires. There's a signal from umpire Samir Bandeker, 5 penalty runs. So there's a wide, first of all, and then Joshua Trump not collecting it cleanly, and there. When the ball hits the helmet on the ground, that is 5 penalty runs, and that will hurt. So that counts as 6 wides. That counts as 6 wides. You don't ever want to see that happen. You've just conceded 6 runs and not a legal ball bowled in this over. So Matthew Trump will not be very happy with that. Yes, it was wide down the leg side, but in fairness, Joshua Trump is a brilliant keeper. You'd have expected for him to have collected that. So he'll be disappointed with that effort. And 6 runs. Look at this. That one delivery has put you above the DLS par score. So here, goes down the leg side, so that's a wide, and there, the ball banging into the helmet. That is 6 runs, and that alone has put you above the par score for Duckworth-Lewis purposes. Oh, don't see that happen very often, but it's really interesting. So the scorecard shows a 7 wides. Not exactly sure why that would be 7, because there's 1 for the wide and then the 5 penalty run. Did they run a single? Not that I'm aware of. They did not run a single. So that's going to run away close to the boundary. That might get there. Goes all the way for 4. So we may need clarification on exactly why that was signaled as 7 wides. I don't think they ran a run, but Shine Jahangir is the batter who was on strike, I believe. Well, we'll pay attention to that. But in the meantime, that's an inside edge. Didn't mean it to go there, but he gets 4 runs nonetheless. Akarshik Gomel. I'm sorry, that's Shine Jahangir. So all what it comes down to, and let's assume for the second that 7 is accurate, that brings up the 50. Matthew Trump back into the attack. Slower delivery. Punch into the outside. My good friend, I hear you and I will comply. So anyway, so going into the back end of over number 7, you're looking with all effort at where you should, or at least where you want to be. My sense is, if you're Matthew Trump, you just want to get through the remaining 2 deliveries without much damage. 11 runs already from the over. Those 11 runs, of course, 5 of which were from 5 penalty runs. Short delivery, glanced away for 4. If you are Matthew Trump, that is a decent delivery if you have a deep fine leg in place. With fine leg inside the circle, you're asking for trouble if you bowl a short delivery at the batter's hips. And so he just easily helps himself to 4 runs, 15 from the over already. Here you see on that replay, that ball is entirely too straight and entirely too, well, it was straight, yes, but with fine leg inside the circle, the replay again shows you that length and that line is not one that's going to work out for you if fine leg is up inside the circle. If he's on the ropes, that's a different question. Played into the offside, no run, an eventful over comes to an end. 15 runs coming from it. First over by Matthew Trump only goes for 3, but he goes for like that 7, but he goes for 15 here. So end of over number 7. The score is 55. But my apologies. Over still good. My apologies. So going forward, my apologies. There's still 2 balls remaining as far as the umpires are concerned. So my apologies. I think I got that wrong. Next delivery worked into the leg side, down to deep long on, single. Umpires, I believe, are going to talk, and yeah, that is the end of the over. Okay, so a lot of different moving parts, but at the end of it all, the score is 56 for 1. 8 overs in the books. make that 7 overs in the books. And the score is 56. Quick summary of his scorecard. Smith Patel dismissed 21 from 19. Shan Jahangir, Akarshik Gomel trying to rebuild. Xforia Giants need 1-1-1 from 13 overs. So 56 for 1, a lot of moving parts, a lot happened in that over. And we keep one eye toward the skies. In the meantime, Akhtar Shah back into the attack. Hammered away, cannot bowl there. Short, wide, you're asking for trouble. 4 more to Akarshik Gomel. Oh, this is an area of the field that is much easier to score off of. It is the short side of the field. It's only 62 yards. And if you are short and wide, look where this ball is. Very wide, and that your eyes light up as a batter if that's the type of delivery that you're going to bowl or going to face. So, off the back foot immediately, onto the back foot immediately here is Akhtar Shah, and he'll have to get this ball straighter and fuller to Akarshik Gomel. Oh, that's exactly what it is. Straight and full, defended into the covers, no run. That's a lot better. And if you're looking to see what the overall picture looks like at this stage, big picture, you need another 107 runs, and you need to score them in the next 76 balls. So the required scoring rate is 8.45. Coming into the innings, your required rate was 8.35. So it's gone up a little bit. And now that you're out of the power play, you can be a lot more defensive in the field, the MetroPlex tracers. So scoring may become a little bit more difficult. Down the leg side yet again. And so that is going to be a wide. This time it does not get enough away from Joshua Trump to threaten the helmet. So just to go through the occurrence that happened at the beginning of the last over, any ball that hits the helmet on the ground, by definition, the fielding side is penalized 5 penalty runs. That's exactly what you just had happen here. In the meantime, 4 balls remaining in over number 8. Played away square. There is a fielder out there. For me, one of the more interesting decisions the rest of the way is going to be, when does Akhilesh Bodhagam bowl? He's a tall off spinner. But the fact that he's an off spinner and there's 2 big hitting right-handers at the crease, to me, might suggest that you want to hold him back as long as possible. Because both Shine Jahangir and Akarshik Gomel are big hitters, and with the ball turning into them, that might help them if they wanted to hit big. Looks to slash this one away. Nothing off the bat, so the appeal is denied. But back to what I was saying, my suspicion would be that if you do bring on Akhilesh Bodhagam, you might bring him on from this end, the southern end of the ground, where the right-handers would be hitting toward the large side of the field. So we'll see. To me, that's one of the interesting let's call it side stories the rest of the way, because he is an excellent bowler, Achilles Bodogum, but bringing him on to two big hitting right-handers does have its risks. Great delivery, but also well played by Shayan Jahangir. So single down to fine leg. You're now down to the end of over number 8. 8 coming up. Of course, the last 73 deliveries in the innings. The MetroPlex Tracers looking to hold on to, in their mind, what would be a pretty convincing victory if they're able to restrict the Xforia Giants. I think they need to get at least one and maybe both of this pair very soon to be able to do that. Because if the game is shortened and Harmeet Singh, the captain, comes in, he's a left-hander and he's a big hitter, and in theory he could end this game with 1 or 2 blows if this pair does the work for him. That is not, oh, it is given as a wide. So it took a little bit of time, Vishnu Pillai, to signal, but no question that went down the leg side. So a handful of wides. You've now had a total of 8 of them. And of course, if you're looking to defend 166, for me 166 may be par, maybe just under par. But if you're going to defend that type of a total, then your disciplines have to be accurate. Can't give away any free deliveries or any free runs. Played down to mid-on. That's no other than just that 1 run. That's all they get. And I believe is Ansh Boje in that position. 9 runs coming from the over. So beneficial one that time for the Xforia Giants. The last 72 balls coming up. Last 12 overs. And you do have another 102 runs to get. So Nush Kenjige has bowled 2 overs. He's conceded 18 runs. Bowled the first 2 overs from the river end, the southern end of the ground. Will now be bowling from the theater end, the northern end. Interesting matchup here. The left arm orthodox to the 2 right-handers. Very full, driven into the extra cover area for a single. So watch Nush Kenjige here. And to be more specific, watch to see whether his captain Shubham Ranjane allows him to finish his spell. So he's now bowling over number 9. Do you bowl him another over number 11, at which point he'd be finished? Because at this point, you start thinking your left arm orthodox may be your best weapon against the big hitting right-handers. But the fact that they've brought Nush Kenjige back into the attack here tells me that they sense that they have to get through this partnership. If you don't get through this partnership, in other words, if your best bowler is finished and this pair is still batting, when I say your best bowler, I mean the best bowler against the 2 right-handers. That would be the left-handed off-spinner or finger spinner. If you don't get through that situation, that's lofted down the ground. Catchable, is it? No. It goes over the top of Aryan Tamala for a 6. I'll tell you what, that was a tremendous strike. He actually hit that off the back foot. I'd want to see that again to make sure. But my initial impression was that Akash Gomel's weight was going back when he played that shot, but still had enough of it on it to go for 6. Look here. Kind of planted himself on the crease, neither forward nor back, but that's a tremendous strike, going all the way for 6. Then finishes or continues with a single down the ground. So you've brought Nosh Kenjige in. Again, in theory, your best weapon against the 2 right-handed batters. But now, number 1, you've used up one of his 2 remaining overs. And then number 3, the over itself has been expensive. 9 from the over so far. Shine Jahangir plays this back to Nosh Kenjige himself. No run. And so how do you play this last ball in this over? If you're Shine Jahangir, 24 from 20, so strike rate above 100, but do you look to hit big here? No. Batting with a calm head here, Shine Jahangir. He will remain on strike, 10 runs coming from over number 9. It feels even, but it also feels like the Xforia Giants are gaining control over this match. End of 9, 75 for 1. New bowler into the attack, Severe Gudipati. As you saw the signal there from umpire Vishnu Pillai. He's a right-handed bowler, bowling over the wickets. Oh, lovely shot. A lot of work in the deep. That is the captain down at long off. Shubham Ranjane. Interestingly, when the ball was going across the carpet, thought I saw some dew. And I'm wondering if that's starting to become an issue. If there is dew definitely favors the side that is batting. And so we'll talk about what that might look like. Severe Gudipati is a seam bowler, but you see Joshua Trump keeping up to the stumps, wanting to make sure that the batters, particularly Shine Jahangir, don't go walking down the wicket at the bowler. So if you're a keeper who can do that, then that's certainly to your advantage. It's a very big weapon that you can use against the batting side, because some of the batters like running down the track to upset the length of the bowlers, but Joshua Trump being up to the wicket makes it difficult. Play down the ground here. That's a single. Shubham Ranjane. When does he bring himself back on? Because he has 2 overs left. And Severe Gudipati, at this stage, I am still looking to see when and if they bowl Akhilesh Bodhagam. And as of right now, he will not be in the lineup. Do you bring him in when this pair has put together a bigger partnership? The partnership is now worth 41, so you can't wait for a very long time. Run out opportunity? Nope. So as I was saying, you can't wait very long, because if you wait for a very long time, you put yourself in the position where the bowler comes in relatively fresh and the batters are set and the target becomes much clearer, and then all of those elements work against the interest of the bowler. If I am Akhilesh Bodhagam, I'm probably wanting to get myself in at an earlier point. Lofted down the ground, couple of bounces, and just another single. So Severe Gudipati, on balance, not a very bad over. In fact, just 1 ball remaining and only 4 runs have scored in the over so far. But you have to be able to close this over out well. And Shine Jahangir knows that Severe Gudipati is a young man. He's played against him or been around each other for a while, both in the Houston Cricket League. Does he look to stamp his authority with this ball? Oh, oh, that gets through. That should not have been 4. He'll get 4 when it really should have been a dot ball. That's unfortunate. So 8 runs come from over number 10 when really it should have only been 4. That is the end of over 10. Could this game be any closer? Halfway through the innings in terms of overs, the score is 83 and they need 84 more. But as of this stage, again, with 9 wickets in hand, you'd sort of have to favor the Xforia Giants. 83 for 1 after 10. Last 10 overs coming up. Matthew Trump with the ball in hand. Bowling now to Akashi Gomel. First delivery, a wave and a miss. So this partnership is building. They came together when the score was 36. So the partnership now worth 47. And it feels very much, if not a match-winning partnership, a partnership that will certainly have the Dallas Xforia Giants in control of the game. Played off the back foot. That's through, and that's 4. So they continue now. The partnership now worth over 50. Not the worst delivery by Matthew Trump, but really has to be said it was played very well by Karshit Gomel. Off the back foot, just running it off the face. Take a look at this. Just guiding it just out of reach of the fielder, short third, and running away down the hill for a boundary. So, with this partnership now being worth 52, Karshit Gomel 26 from 19, Shayan Jahangir 31 from 24. It really does feel that if you have a wicket-taking bowler, now would be a really good time to bring him on. Now, Shubham Ranjane still has 2. Played into the offside. That's a single. Shubham Ranjane still has 2 overs. Matthew Trump is into his 3rd, so you'll only have 1 more after this. And take a look at this again. That's actually a great delivery. Good job by Matthew Trump there to not appeal for that leg before. So that was bouncing comfortably over the top. So anyways, I was saying, you're going to want to take a wicket sometime soon. Played away square. Wanted a second, not there. But if you don't take a wicket soon and you're sort of having to find the balance between bringing on a wicket-taking bowler now and not having them at the end. So with that in mind, do you bring yourself on if you're Shubham Ranjan as a captain? Or do you maybe go to Anush Kenjige, who only has 1 over left? And of course, you're limited to 4 overs. So that limits your options if you use your strike bowlers here. One-handed shot played into the deep by Karshik Gomel. And so they're doing it in singles at this stage. And really, at this stage, that's all you really need, because the required rate, the current rate, and the rate at the start of the innings are all essentially the same number. Required rate 8.4. At the start of the innings, the required rate was 8.35. The current run rate 8.31. So those numbers are all equal. Biggest variable for me is that there's only 1 wicket down. So you're doing exactly what you want to do here. If you are the Dallas Xforia Giants. That's the dot ball to close things out. Over number 11 is done, but it feels like the Xforia Giants are on top of things. 77 needed in the last 54 balls. Few highlights here. A couple of big strikes. In all, you have 11 fours and 1 6 in the inning so far. Biggest variable here. That was a great catch, a really good catch, but the only success by any of the bowlers so far. And here is the bowler who I referenced a number of times. This is Akhilesh Bodhagam. So, as I suspected, you will bring him on from the southern end of the ground, where the right-handed batters will hitting to the big side. These are right. Ooh, that's over the top. It's going to be in the area over extra cover for 4. So I couldn't even finish my setup. What I was saying was that if you're Akhilesh Bodhagam, maybe you want to incentivize the batter hitting the ball over the offside, over the leg side rather. But this delivery, Akhilesh Bodhagam provides the width, and Karshik Gomel only too happy to cash in. That's a better length and a better line. Work down the ground for a single. I think you are to your, or you're playing to your strengths and to the conditions if you incentivize the batters to play on the leg side. The short boundary, essentially on the offside, becomes a much easier hit if the ball is wide. So 4 and then a single. It's an interesting ploy to bring Karshik Gomel on to start his spell in over number 12. In theory, he could bowl 12, 14, 16, and 18, but I don't know that you want the off-spinner bowling that deep into the innings with 2 very well-set batters at the top of their game, and that is very straight, worked away into the deep diving attempt. Good work. That is Ansh Boje out there. That is excellent. Once again, 2 runs saved. How much of a difference will those 2 runs make? My goodness. So this game is developing into a very interesting situation. 2 balls remaining. Karshik Gomel and Shaheen Jahangir are looking the part. Both are well set. Coming back for a second run here. 10 runs already on the board in over number 12. The partnership is worth 64. That brings up the 100 with that double. And so you're only 67 runs away with 49 balls remaining, 9 wickets in hand, all signs pointing toward the Xforia Giants doing well here. Serve down the ground, pretty simple. Single down the ground. That is Matthew Trump, who is down there, essentially just there to retrieve, because that is a single that closes things out in over number 12. 11 runs coming from over number 12. The last make that the last 8 overs coming up. 66 needed. So very good Patti back into the attack. His first over went for 8. Slammed straight to short cover. The partnership after that dot ball is now worth 65. So this pair coming together at the loss of Smith Patel, which is a big loss, but they've essentially maneuvered themselves into the position where that loss is a non-factor. Still have batting to come. Talked about that earlier. This one, he gets wide of the fielder at cover. A long run in the deep. Once again, Ansh Boje doing excellent work on the boundary. So, in theory, the batters to come would be Firsu Sahed, Parvesh Ahuja, and the one big name for me that is still to come is Harmeet Singh. If he's needed, this pair seems like they're looking to take this game all the way. That's going to be wide. That's not going to help. But if he is needed, Harmeet Singh is about the most destructive batter, certainly in this game, and in theory, one of the most destructive batters in the entire minor league system. Left-handed, and can clear that front leg and clear any fence, any rope. Essentially the kind of batter who puts the ball into the seats. Sliced away, catchable, and taken. That is a great catch, well judged, and it is put away. That is a big wicket. That's the big wicket of Akarshit Gomel. 39 from 28. Just coming back into the game here, the MetroPlex Tracers. The big partnership is broken. Akarshit Gomel goes. Look at this replay. Ball off the outside edge, sliced, and the fielder running back for a split second. I thought he didn't judge it properly, but that is a good catch taken there by the fielder. I have to wait and confirm exactly who that is, but we'll get that information. It is Rajendra with the catch. Arshil Rajendra, to be specific. So that is wicket number 2. A big partnership in the context of this game. 6 to 8 runs is what they put on together, and that makes a very big difference. But you're now going to have to start over again if you are Parvez Ahuja. Batting still along with Shahin Jahangir though. So Shahin Jahangir still there, 33 from 27. Look at this again. Sliced. And the fielder running back. For a split second, I thought he might have misjudged it. But he did well enough to corral that ball and keep it from going over his head. So, over to you, Mr. Ahuja. See exactly what you can get done here. Parvez Ahuja, to me, would want to read the situation well enough to be able to understand that the man at the other end has 33 from 27. He's been there longer, and certainly you can do worse than picking up a single and letting Shahin Jahangir have strike. There is the single that you're looking for. Punch down the ground for that single. So still 4 ball, make that 2 balls to go in over number 13. The big partnership has been broken. But Shine Jahangir is still there. Last 2 balls coming up. Said earlier that Shine Jahangir is batting with responsibility. And that's certainly the case. It almost seems as though he has, for the moment, put away his naturally attacking game to just put his team in the position to grind through and get a victory at the end. And they're still in position to do that. Play it down to extra cover, just wide of extra cover. A single closes things out in over number 13. A very, very good over from Suvir Gudipati. Only conceded 5 runs and took the big wicket of Akarshit Gomel. End of over number 13. The score is 106 for 2. So yet another change in bowling. Ashur Rajendra in the air. That's going to be a lot of work in the deep. 2 more runs off the bat for the Xforia Giants. That's going to be Shine Jahangir now moving up to 34. Make that 35 from 30. In fact, they only ran 1. My apologies. So just a single to start over number 14. Worked into the leg side. Do they look for 2? They do look for 2. It's going to be close. A direct hit there would have been interesting. But they do get home. So a couple more runs. So you're at the stage now where you're looking to see how you can rebuild and put yourself in the position to maybe launch toward the back end of the innings if need be. Slammed, a lot of work. It's Matthew Trump. And look at that throw. 1 bounce right over to his brother Joshua at the top end. So it's a good, strong throwing arm. Oh, you're halfway through over number 14. 110 runs on the board. And Parvez Ahuja is the new batter. The bowler is Ashur Rajendra. This is his first over. Played square. It is going to be Gurnak Singh Johal, who is out there. So you start planning how exactly you fashion the remaining several overs in this innings. And that's going to be an interesting story the rest of the way. Just happy to do it in singles at this stage. And they are doing exactly that. For me, it becomes an interesting element in the game. And as said, I'm wanting to see when Shubham Ranjan brings himself on. Cut away. Oh, what a great stop at backward point. That is excellent. Did he save 3 runs there, Aryan Tamala? Diving away to his left. I think he absolutely saves 3 runs. That would have gone to the boundary otherwise at backward point. Lovely cut shot, and Aryan Tamala. Look at that athletic piece of work. Excellent. And still with the presence of mind to shy at the stumps. Concedes 1 run, but certainly saved 3. 7 runs come from the over. The score is 110. Make that 113 for 2. So Shayan Jahangir, 38 from 31. Parvez Ahuja, is now on strike. First delivery of over number 15 played into the offside. Down to the last 35 balls, 53 runs needed. So things just getting a little bit more interesting. The loss of the wicket of Akarshit Gomel opened the door just a touch for the Metroplex Tracers. And by the way, this is Shubham Ranjane back into the attack. Played down the ground here. And when I said earlier I wanted to see when he brought himself on, well, the answer, that question has been answered. Bowling his penultimate over here in over number 15. So then after this, Shubham Ranjane has one more over left. Do you save that one over for the death? Do you maybe save it to bowl over number 19 if need be? You get the sense that this one is coming down to the wire. Over the top of extra cover. Lovely shot. Nobody out there. 4 runs. That is brilliantly done. Just elevating it over the top. The man at cover is well inside the circle. That's over his head by probably 10 feet. And absolutely nobody in the deep behind him. So you get that much closer to victory here if you're the Xforia Giants. That 4 gets you to within 48. 33 balls remaining. Here's Shubham Ranjane again. Down the ground. You'll accept those singles. Again, you're needing to score somewhere around 8 and over, almost for the entirety of the innings. The required rate, the current rate, and the run rate at the start of the innings are all within range of each other. So that tells you as a batting side that you're doing essentially what you need to. And even with the loss of the wicket, you still are within range. 47 from 32 is not necessarily a steep ask in modern day cricket. Drags it down to long on. Last ball coming up here in over number 15. So how do you manage things the rest of the way? Are you going to sort of keep picking up the singles? And particularly if you're Shayan Jahangir, do you keep going in the way that you are right now? 37 from 31. Are you going to continue pushing along, picking up the singles, punishing the bad ball when it presents itself? Or do you ever feel the need to do something differently? My sense would be, especially to Shubham Ranjane, singles alone should be the only point that you need to do. Couple, in fact, they go for a single here and they'll get there. 9 runs come from over number 15. You're ahead of the game in a number of ways. Certainly have gotten yourself the number of runs required in that over, 9. And then you've gotten through one more over of the premier strike bowler, Shubham Ranjane. He only has 1 over left. So point or all signs pointing in your direction. Here's a look at the batting card. Parvez Ahuja, 15 from 10. Akarshit Gomel and Shayan Jahangir with a big partnership of 68. First wicket partnership, Smith Patel and Shayan Jahangir, was worth 36. But all things considered, you probably prefer right now to be the Dallas Xforia Giants than the Metroplex Tracers. Last 5 overs coming up. The score is 122 for 2, 45 needed. Quick look at the bowlers. Probably the only bowler who you would say was more expensive than he would have liked to have been is Akhilesh Budagam. His 1 over went for 11. The choice to bring him in or delay his entry into the attack probably had more to do with the fact that 2 big hitting right-handers are at the crease, but you can't keep him back forever. And then when you did bring him in, he went for 11 runs, and then he's back out of the attack. Nush Kenjige coming into bowl his last over, the first ball of that over. The first time it lands is on the terrace over long on. Shayan Jahangir is watching at the opposite end as Parvez Ahuja goes big down the ground. Look at that shot. That's a great view of it right there, just landing and bouncing. We might have a delay here, or in fact, third umpire Karthik Nachimutu running on with a spare ball, because I think that one will take some fetching. It is out of the stadium. Fence in that area isn't very high, and if the ball bounces on the terrace like that one did, it's very easy for it to bounce over and be out of the stadium. So the first ball in over number 16 goes the distance, 6 runs, and Nashkenjige only 5 balls remaining in his spell, but it's being treated rudely here. Full toss, and that's 6 more. Oh my goodness, going in the same direction. This is an easier hit because it is a full toss, probably waist height, maybe just below waist height. It was dipping, so it's not a no ball, but looking at this down the track and drilling it. Consecutive 6s to start over number 16, and it's all feeling very academic at this point. 8 wickets in hand. This partnership now building, it's up to 30. And you see that this pair is not necessarily feeling much pressure. Yet another delay. Umpire Karthik Nachimutu, the third umpire, will be called into duty again to bring a substitute ball, because this one I think also has left the stadium. A little bit of wind picking up, coming in from the northwest, essentially the same direction that you're expecting the storms from later on. Very frankly, at this stage, it doesn't matter. I think this game is going to be finished one way or the other well before the weather comes, so we probably don't even need to revisit the Duckworth-Lewis conversation anymore. But 33 needed in 28 balls is a pretty easy ask in modern cricket. Those 2 6s that you just saw on your screen struck down the ground become essentially maybe indicative of where this game is headed. Looking at the 2 wickets that fell, that's played into the outfield. A great catch that time you saw from Gurneek Singh Johal. And then the second wicket, that's the one that you saw earlier off of Smith Patel. Sliced, then that is a good catch. Just fantastic catch. Grabbing it. Again, I think he might have just misjudged it. Thought it was going to be over his head. He did well enough to bring the hands back in the position to be able to corral that one. So we are apparently low on replacement balls, so we have a bit of a delay. Don't know if somebody is going to actually run outside the stadium and maybe pick up one of those 2 balls that just left the stadium. In the meantime, it puts us in the position where we can maybe talk about the big picture in this tournament. This is, in fact, let's look again, a couple of highlights the rest of the way. In fact, while we look at the highlights, allow me to go through what the big picture is in this tournament. You look at the standings in the Central Division. The Central Division is what we're playing in here. The best team coming in, believe it or not, is the MetroPlex Tracers, the team that is now fighting and trying to hold on. But it feels like they're going to be on the losing end today. But there is a reason why you play the game all the way. As of right now, if you gave me or asked me for a win predictor, I'd say it's probably 68-32 in favor of the Dallas Xforia Giants, but stranger things have happened. Second team in the division, Lone Star Athletics, 2 wins, 1 loss. Chicago Kingsmen, strong side, won the championship last year, 1 win, 1 loss. Kings 11 Dallas is going to be an interesting team to watch the rest of the way. Play their home games right here in Dallas. They have won 1 and lost 1, but part of the reason why they've lost 1 is because some of their premier players are now playing in the Caribbean Premier League, the CPL in the Caribbean. So at some point, they will regain the services of Andreas Haus. They will regain the services of Ali Khan. And they already have Corey Anderson, they have Ali Sheik, they have a really strong side, and it remains to be seen whether or not they'll be able to translate what strength they have on paper to be a serious contender for the championship this year. Something to pay attention to. Anyway, we'll get back to the action on the field. We do have a replacement ball eventually. And it is going to be Nush Kenjige, who has been taken downtown for consecutive sixes to start over number 16. Very, very tricky part of the game here. A wicket could potentially put the cat amongst the pigeons, but another boundary or getting through this over with, say, 14 to 16 runs would essentially be a nail in the coffin for the Metroplex Tracers. Here's Nush Kenjige. Advancing down the track for 6 more. Oh my goodness. Well, 3 deliveries, 18 runs. That brings the required rate to a run a ball. 6 runs and over. Advancing down. Nush Kenjige again, maybe getting this one too straight. It wasn't a full toss, obviously, but it might have been the best of the 3 balls he's bowled. But give credit to the batter, Parvesh Ahuja, who dances down the track, gets to the pitch, and launches it for the 3rd consecutive 6. Oh my goodness. So things have gone pear-shaped here for the Metroplex Tracers. And now it really does just feel like a matter of time. You need a wicket, and you need it badly if you're Nush Kenjige. What can you get done here? Here's ball number 4. Catch! Catch! Nush Kenjige gets his revenge. Is it too little too late? So maybe Parvesh Ahuja, with a rush of adrenaline, wanting to finish this game in this over, and he only ends up finding the outer edge of the bat. Nush Kenjige with the delivery that induces the wicket. Look at this. Gets this one slashing away, and the ball just dying. Aaron Tamala at backward point with a pretty simple catch. That is wicket number 4. Make that wicket number 3. So, are you out of the woods yet? No. Things still are very difficult. And in the meantime, look at this. Lightning is what we have. Lightning, you might just hear the thunder. You certainly see the lightning. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a delay. Under the circumstances, you cannot be out in the middle of the field with lightning around. Essentially, you become a walking lightning rod. And I think rightly so, they have stopped the game. So we are going to have a delay. Don't know how long it's going to last. But in theory, 15 minutes after the last lightning strike is when the fielders or the players can return to the field. So we will choose to go silent here for the moment until the delay has been completed. It's an interesting game coming up. At the moment, and this becomes relevant, the Duckworth-Lewis par score is 121. The score for the Xforia Giants is 140. If they're not able to play any longer, then the Xforia Giants would have won. But we're still a long way away from that. Let's see what this delay holds. Going silent here for the moment from the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium in Grand Prairie, Texas. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium, where, ladies and gentlemen, the weather gods have the final say. Rain, persistent over the last several minutes, has essentially brought a premature end to this game. And speaking with the umpires, we will be well past the extended time for the match to be finished, and the ground staff doesn't think that play will be possible for another couple hours. So Duckworth Lewis wins the day, and with the DL par score of 121, Dallas Xforia Giants at 142 for 3 means that they win the game by the margin of 7 wickets. So do join us again tomorrow. In fact, before we do that, let's look at the full scorecard. Smith Patel 21, Shahin Jahangir not out 38, Karshit Gomel 39 from 39, Parvez Ahuja with a blast in that last over that he faced, 33 from 14. Harmeet Singh did not even take strike because the rain gods came at that point. So the bowlers, I thought, were up against it. Suvir Gudipati bowled 2 good overs, 1 for 14. Nash Kenjige got taken apart, especially from that 1 over from Mr. Ahuja. Shubham Ranjan at 3 overs, none for 21, but not penetrative enough for his liking. But let's look at what tomorrow looks like, because assuming that the rain holds off, and it should, tomorrow's action right here at the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium will feature more Central Division matches. It is going to be, first of all, the Kings 11 Dallas and the MetroPlex Tracers at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Then you will find the Dallas Xforia Giants and Lone Star Athletics at 7 p.m. Then Sunday, we have the Kings 11 Dallas and Lone Star Athletics. We're seeing a few highlights here. Tremendous batting, I thought. The big partnership from Karshit Gomel and Shahin Jahangir. Good catch, that one. And we see some explosion coming up towards the end here. This is the over where Nash Kenji got taken apart. 3 consecutive sixes. And then the wicket. Came back to get the wicket at the end of that spell. But very honestly, at that point, it was all academic with the rain coming in. That blitz put them ahead on Duckworth Lewis. And so that means, again, that the Xforia Giants win by the margin of 7 wickets. Join us again tomorrow. As I said, 3 o'clock. All being well, we should have another full day of cricket. 2 matches. Hopefully the rain stays away. In all likelihood it will, based on the current forecast. Join us tomorrow night. We will be right here. In fact, before we do that, quick look at the points table. The Metroplex Tracers now come back to earth. 2 wins, 1 loss. Dallas Xforia Giants with their first win of the season. Kings 11 Dallas, Chicago Kingsmen, Chicago or St. Louis Americans, and Dallas Xforia Giants, all with 1 win and 1 loss. So a very tightly packed middle of the division, and at the very top of it, it's the Metroplex Tracers and the Lone Star Athletics. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure to bring you the action right here from the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. The weather gods hopefully will wring out all of the moisture from the clouds overnight. We should have a full day's worth of cricket tomorrow. So in the meantime, we'll catch you, as they say, on the rebound. Stay safe. See you tomorrow.